All right, it's saying preparing to live stream the meeting for YouTube live. All right, so we are live now. We are live now. All right, so
blessed love, honorable.
blessed love, honorable Empress Maisie. Blessed love.
Oh, blessed love, blessing, Rastafari, blessed celebration to the conscious of elders. Family.
All right, that priest I am the video showing. Empress Maisie.
Blessed celebration to the conscious of elders. Family.
All right, that priest I am the video showing.
Blessed love, Empress.
My Lord, honorable.
All right, I'm gonna start sharing screen so that we can kickstart. Because we're actually streaming right now. So I just want to let them know that we're actually streaming right now.
Blessed love, Empress.
My Lord, honorable.
I'm gonna start sharing screen so that we can kickstart. Because we're actually streaming right now. Just want to let them know that we're actually streaming right now.
My Lord, honorable.
I'm gonna start sharing screen so that we can kickstart. Because we're actually streaming right now. Just want to let them know that we're actually streaming right now.
My Lord, honorable.
Ones on ones on the
Being
screen.
repetitious, my lord. Being repetitious. Yeah, we're seeing the screen. Come on, let's get this thing together now.
All right.
Something is repeating.
I've closed that off. That's the YouTube channel. I'm still hearing my voice?
Yeah.
All right. Let's go and do a test run on this video here.
Yeah.
To see if the item will be here in the video as well. Item here in the video?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes, sir.
awesome.
Yes,
So we're going to go from the top now and start off from the top, and then 3 times we can.
Are you recording on the Zoom?
No,
Have
we're
you
going to
started
start.
the recording?
I'm going to start the recording now on the Zoom. The recording to the cloud. You're up, Honorable Priest Imsley. Blessed love.
Majesty bless, my Lord and Empress.
Hold on. Blessed. I heard Empress Maisie's voice, yeah?
Yes, Majesty, but I can't I cannot participate because I'm at the airport. I'm just listening in my Lord.
Okay. Just checking. Blessed love.
Priest Imsley.
Honorable, my Lord and Empress. We call for virtual reverence in the virtual courts of Rastafari. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. God gave the Word, great is the company of them and those that publish it. I, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for us brethren and sisters to dwell together in unity and love. It's like the precious ointment upon our head that went down unto our beard. Even Aaron's beard that went down to the skirts of his garment. As the dew of Hermon, as the dew that descend upon the mountain of Zion. From where the Lord commanded his majesty blessing, even life and love forevermore. So hail our God, Selassie, Jehovah God, Rastafari. Our Almighty God, Rastafari, great and terrible God, Rastafari, the Almighty God. Jah who seated in Zion and reign the hearts of all flesh. O thou most high eternal Father, Jehovah God, the Rastafari. Hear us and bless us, O Lord, keep and sanctify us, Lord. Because thy holy face is shine upon us, thy children, that we shall be saved and redeemed. O thou most high God, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Ride on in majesty, ride on in pomp and pride, mighty God of Zion. As we come together to celebrate the 94th celebration anniversary of the coronation of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Yes, my lord, you can put it up. Greetings and welcome. The Council of Elders of the EABIC is honored to have the presence of everyone viewing this program today, as we celebrate the 94th anniversary coronation of the illustrious and divine author of the Rastafari faith, the father of Africa, Emperor Haile Selassie, Jah,
Rastafari.
and our astute and graceful mother of creation, Empress Memen Asfa, Holy Empress Memenai Selassie, Rastafari. It is with great humility and devotion that we are gathered here today to honor the legacy of our God and King, the liberty His Imperial Majesty secured for I and I as a people who are fettered and colonized, and a people whose fate would have been dismal and horrific if it was not for the courage and determination of the Black Kabbalah, King of Kings, the conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, Emperor Haile Selassie, Rastafari. Up the next piece. We hope that today's program will be a sankofa, reaching back into the past to reflect on the magnificence of Jah work, and be able to replicate the progress that was achieved and correct the errors made, as I and I endeavor to liberate ourselves from the mental trappings of colonialism and redeem Mother Africa from the clutches of oppression. And I hope the information provided today will empower and spark the unity needed to defend our rights and justice in this time of change. At the conclusion of the presentation, there will be an interactive interlude where participation is welcome, full of joy. Mighty God, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. So we will now turn over the floor to the Honorable Priest Sevens to give us a chorus that we can launch in this mighty program. My Lord and Empress.
My Lord, worthy chair. Yes, my Lord and Empress, give thanks, true heart of celebration. Give thanks for this moment of time to celebrate, the patriarch and the matriarch, So at this time we pay homage and honor, which is rightfully due unto the royal dynasty, royal dignitaries, King Selassie,
Jah,
Rastafari. I say we want to meet King Alpha and Omega down by the riverside, Selassie, down by the riverside, Mama Miga, down by the riverside. I say we want to meet King Alpha and Omega down by the riverside. For I say down by the riverside. Adonai, house of Israel, study war no more. Ethiopian, study war no more. Ayar Adonai, I say study. War no more. For I say war no more. House of Israel, study war no more. Ethiopian, study war no more. Doni, I say study. War no more. I say we want to meet King Alpha and Omega down by the riverside, Selassie, down by the riverside, Mama Miga, down by the riverside. I say we want to meet King Alpha and Omega down by the riverside. For I say down by the riverside. Adonai, house of Israel, study war no more. Ethiopian, study war no more. Ayar Adonai, I say study. Ye war no more. For I say war no more. House of Israel, study war no more. Ethiopian, study war no more. Doni, I say study. War no more. Morena, holy Mount Zion, 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 Lord, holy Mount Zion, Zion, Kadamawi, Selassie, Jah. Rastafari, my Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Majesty bless, give thanks for the royal cherubim and seraphim with such a royal chorus. And you will turn over the floor to the Honorable Revolutionary Priest Rastafarian, my Lord.
Blessed love. We are going right into the anthem. Give thanks. Prophet Akito.
Anda zarrafe ኢትዮጵያ ላይ ብዙ ነው ወጉ ብዙ አይናገር ስራ ነው ዘውቁ ጀግና ይመጣል ጀግና ይሄዳል እሱ ተቀማሰው ልጠቃ ለወንድነቱ መስማት ነው ወጉን አሳፍርም ያሳያል ክሉ ከሰነዘረ ማረፊያው መሬት አይበግረም መድፍና ጥይት ለእናት ሀገሩ ይሰጣል ጥረት እያየ የሚያኗጭን ቅደት አይፈራም ሰው የሚያምናል ደግነ ዘራ ዘራ
Zudichu was Empress of Ethiopia from 1916 to 1930, the first female head of an internationally recognized state in Africa in the 19th and 20th centuries, and the first empress regnant of the Ethiopian Empire perhaps since the legendary Makeda, the Queen of Sheba. Her reign was noted for the reforms of her regent and designated heir Rastafari Makonnen, about which she was at best ambivalent and often stridently opposed, due to her staunch conservatism and strong religious devotion. Early life. Baptized as Askala Mayim, but using the given name Zudichu, the future empress was the eldest daughter of the then Negus Menelik of Showa, the future emperor Menelik II of Ethiopia. Zudichu is an Amharic word meaning the crown, though it sometimes appears erroneously anglicized as Judith, with which it is not cognate. Her mother, Waziro Abichi, was a noblewoman of Wollo and a brief companion of Menelik. Her mother had separated from Menelik when Zudichu was very young, and the future empress was raised by her father and his consort Bafana. Negus Menelik later married Techi Betul, but had no children by this wife. Menelik had 3 acknowledged children: Zudichu herself, a son Asforwasan who died in infancy, and another daughter Shoa Rega, the mother of Elijah Yasu, Menelik's eventual heir. However, the emperor remained closest to Zudichu, who also had good relations with her stepmother Empress Techu, and was part of her father's household for most of her life. In 1886, the 10-year-old Zudichu was married to Rastafarian Selassie Johannes, son and heir of Emperor Johannes IV. The marriage was political, having been arranged when Menelik agreed to submit to Johannes' rule. Johannes and Menelik eventually fell into conflict again, however, with Menelik launching a rebellion against Johannes' rule. Zudichu's marriage was childless, being very young during her marriage, although her husband had fathered a son by another woman. When Haile Selassie died in 1888, she left Mekelle and returned to her father's court in Shewa. Despite the hostility between Menelik and Johannes, Zudichu managed throughout the conflict to maintain good relations with both, in a sign of his higher regard and affection for his daughter-in-law. Emperor Johannes IV sent Zudichu back to Shewa with a large gift of valuable cattle, at a point that relations between him and her father were at a particularly low point. Zudichu had 2 further marriages, both brief, before marrying Ras Gugzavela. Gugzavela was the nephew of Empress Techu, Zudichu's stepmother. Zudichu had already been on good terms with Techu, but the establishment of a direct tie between the two helped cement the relationship. Unlike her prior marriages, Zudichu's marriage to Gugzavela is thought to have been happy. Ascent to power. Upon the death of Emperor Johannes IV at the Battle of Metemma against the Mahdists of the Sudan, Negus Menelik of Shelley assumed power and became Emperor of Ethiopia in 1889. This restored the direct male line succession of the dynasty, as Emperor Johannes' claim to the throne was through a female link to the line. As the daughter of Menelik II, Giudice would be the last monarch in direct agnatic descent from the Solomonic dynasty. Her successor Haile Selassie was also linked in the female line. In 1913, Menelik died, and Elijah Iyasu, the son of Giudice's half-sister Shoa Rega, who had been publicly declared heir apparent in 1909, took the throne. Iyasu considered Giudice a potential threat to his rule, and exiled her and her husband to the countryside. Due to fears of instability that might be caused, the cabinet of ministers decided not to publicly proclaim the death of Menelik II. As a result, Iyasu was never officially proclaimed as Emperor Iyasu V. However, both Menelik's death and Iyasu's de facto accession were widely known and accepted. The church authorities, the Lord Regent Rastafarian, and the ministers agreed that Iyasu's coronation should be postponed until he was a bit older and had taken Holy Communion with his wife, making his marriage insoluble in the eyes of the Orthodox Church. However, Iyasu quickly encountered problems with his rule and he was never crowned. He was widely disliked by the nobility for his unstable behavior, and the church held him in suspicion for his alleged Muslim sympathies. After a troubled few years, Iyasu was removed from power. Giudice was summoned to the capital, and on the 27th of September 1916, the Council of State and the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church officially announced the death of Emperor Menelik II and deposed Iyasu in favor of Giudice. Giudice's official title was Queen of Kings, a modification of the traditional title King of Kings. Initially, Giudice was not permitted to exercise power herself. Instead, her cousin Rastafari Makonnen was appointed regent, and her father's old loyal general, Vitorari Hapta Georgis Dinagda, was made commander-in-chief of the army. Rastafari was also made heir apparent to Giudice. None of Giudice's children had survived to adulthood. In 1928, after an attempt to remove Rastafari Makonnen from power failed, the empress was compelled to crown her cousin Negus. Reign. Political maneuvering. While the conservative Ethiopian aristocracy was generally supportive of Giudice, it was less enthusiastic about many of her relatives. Giudice's stepmother and the aunt of her husband, Dowager Empress Taichi Betul, had withdrawn from the capital after Menelik's death, but was still distrusted somewhat due to the evident favorism she had practiced during the reign of her late husband. In an attempt to limit her influence, the aristocracy arranged for her nephew to be appointed to a remote governorship, removing him from court. This move, while intended as a strike against Taichi rather than against Giudice, is believed to have upset Giudice considerably. Giudice also suffered guilt for taking the throne from Elijah Iyasu, who her father had wanted to succeed him. While she believed that Iyasu's overthrow was necessary, she had admired her father greatly, and was unhappy at having to disobey his wishes. Her separation from her husband and her guilt about Iyasu's overthrow combined to make Giudice not particularly happy as empress. Interestingly, even though he had treated her abominably, she held much personal affection for her nephew Iyasu, and is said to have wept bitterly for him when told that she was being made empress, as her nephew had been excommunicated for apostasy. Increasingly, the empress retreated from state responsibility into a world of fasting and prayer. As the progressive elements that surrounded the heir Tafari Makonnen gained in strength and influence at court, war against Iyasu. The early period of Giudice's reign was marked by a war against Elijah Iyasu, who had escaped captivity. Backed by his father, Negus Mikhail of Wollo, a powerful northern leader, Iyasu attempted to regain the throne. The two failed to effectively coordinate their efforts, however, and after some initial victories, Iyasu's father was defeated and captured at the Battle of Sagale. The Negus was paraded through the streets of Addis Ababa in chains, carrying a rock of repentance on his shoulders, before entering the throne room and kissing the Empress's shoes to beg for her mercy. The heir to the throne, Rastafari Makonnen, was not present at this spectacle out of consideration for the feelings of his wife, who was the granddaughter of Negus Mikhael. Upon hearing of his father's defeat and humiliation, Iyasu himself fled to afar. After years on the run, Iyasu was later captured by Dejazmish Gugzaraya Selassie, the son whose Udachu's first husband had fathered by another woman. Gugzaraya was rewarded with the title of Ras from his former stepmother, and Princess Yeshashwerk, the niece of Tafari Makonnen, as his bride. When Iyasu was captured, a tearful Empress Udachu pleaded that he be kept in a special house on the grounds of the palace where she would see to his care and he could receive religious counsel. She found Rastafarian Fitoreri Haptagiorgis to be unbendingly opposed, and so gave up. She did, however, make sure that special favorite foods and a constant supply of clothing and small luxuries reached Haile Iyasu at his place of arrest in Selale. Rise of Tafari. As Empress Udachu's reign progressed, the difference in outlook gradually widened between her and her appointed heir, Rastafari Makonnen. Tafari was a modernizer, believing that Ethiopia needed to open itself to the world in order to survive. In this, he had the backing of many younger nobles. Udachu, however, was a conservative, believing in the preservation of Ethiopian tradition. She had the strong backing of the church in this belief. Slowly, however, Udachu began to withdraw from active politics, leaving more and more power to Tafari. Under Tafari's direction, Ethiopia entered the League of Nations, and abolished slavery. Udachu busied herself with religious activities, such as the construction of a number of significant churches. In 1928, there was a small conservative uprising against Tafari's reforms, but it was unsuccessful. Empress Udachu was compelled to grant Tafari, who now controlled most of the Ethiopian government, the title of king. While Negus Tafari remained under the nominal rule of Udachu, Tafari was now effectively the ruler of Ethiopia. A number of attempts were made to displace him, but they were all unsuccessful. In 1930, Udachu's husband Ras Gugzavela led a rebellion against Negus Tafari in Begemda, hoping to end the regency in spite of his wife's repeated pleas and orders to desist, but was defeated and killed in battle by the modernized Ethiopian army at the Battle of Anchem on 31 March 1930. Death and succession. On 2 April 1930, 2 days after Ras Gugzavela was killed in battle, Empress Udachu died. It is known today that Udachu suffered from diabetes, and was seriously ill with typhoid, but it is not universally agreed that this was the cause of her death. According to some popular histories, Udachu died of shock and grief at hearing of her husband's death, but other accounts contradict this, claiming that Udachu was not informed of the battle's outcome before her sudden death. Some diplomatic sources in Addis Ababa reported at the time that the fever-stricken empress was immersed in a large container of frigidly cold holy water to cure her of her illness, but that her body went into shock and she died shortly thereafter. The timing of her death immediately after news of the outcome of the battle reached Addis Ababa has caused considerable speculation as to her cause of death. Some, particularly conservative critics of her successor, Emperor Haile Selassie, alleged that once the rebellion had been decisively defeated, he or his supporters felt safe in poisoning Udachu. Speculation as to the cause of Udachu's death continues today. Empress Udachu was succeeded on the throne by Negus Tafari, who took the name of Emperor Haile Selassie. Family tree. Udachu was Empress of Ethiopia.
Now we welcome Honorable Priest Ras Havana Ashanti, Director of the program. Honorable Priest Ras Havana, floor is
Greetings.
yours, my lord.
Greetings. Tonight is still in. Yeah, we give thanks for this moment of tribute, the 94th anniversary celebration of the coronation of our mighty King of Kings and Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, elect of God and light of this world, Most High, Haile Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
Rastafari.
Humanity's insatiable lust for power has existed since the genesis of civilization, when the ego became exposed to challenges or competition. The psychological component of a person's personality that is represented by our conscious thinking process, when based on prodigious and pompous expression of prowess, it becomes destructive to people's social development. This is evincing in tribalism among the early inhabitants of the earth. Civilized societies began as early as 6000 BCE with the first settlement of tribes along the Nile Rift Valley. Since then, social order has existed, and the struggle to be the most dominant power began with different forms of governance existing throughout human evolution. In the land known as the seat or home of the Talmud, Ethiopia, existed a dynasty perpetuated with only few interruptions for near 3,000 years, from rulers such as Yakono Amlak in 1270 AD to Emperor Haile Selassie I until 1974. In 1916, following in the footsteps of Emperor Menelik II, his daughter Wazira Ziwaditu was crowned the first female head of state in Ethiopia's modern history. Empress Ziwaditu was chosen to replace Lige Ayasu as heir to the throne after he was found unfit and unworthy to lead the Ethiopian realm. The preparations for the event followed the trend already set by Emperor Menelik II as per the religious format. Prince Regent Tafari Makonnen, who was to be crowned in Lagos and to rule beside the female empress, added his touch to the organizing of the event, which took place on September 27, 1916. Empress Zaweditu was the first female head of state of an international African country to be recognized in the 19th and 20th century, until 2018, when Sahali Work Ziwedi, another female, was elected president in the 21st century, setting the stage for further progressive leadership to guide the oldest nation state in existence. In doing the research for this program, I came across a very informative article by Hannah Rubin Kowaska entitled New Structure of Power. Contrary to the modern scholars of today, who in studying rituals, their purpose and origins, focus solely on European practices, Hannah turns her attention to the architects of theocracy, members of the Solomonic dynasty, who would have perfected a method of governance in their 3,000 years of rulership. The historical account begins with the coronation of Empress Zaweditu and Negus Tafari Makonnen in 1916, which symbolizes the era of change within the Ethiopian political structure. The 1916 coronation, while being a prelude to the 1930 coronation set a tone and sent a clear message to all who were in attendance. This program will attempt to decode the messages, showing the importance of Ethiopia in world politics at the dawn of the 20th century, and the vital role Ethiopia played and continue to play in the continental liberation struggle. Since the early empire's concretization of theocratic governments in places such as Egypt and Mesopotamia, and following the 325 BC Council of Nice, church has lorded over state. 1916 marked a distinctive change in Ethiopian policies and governing principles. The Ethiopia of yesteryear was governed by feudal despotism, while the Ethiopia of today sought modernization, which started with Emperor Johannes IV and became a focal issue during Emperor Menelek's leadership, and was later championed by Emperor Haile Selassie I, who brought Ethiopia into the modern era. Please sit back and enjoy the edutainment being showcased this afternoon by the Council of Elders. Much of the information may not be new to many, but the way it will be presented and how the dots of history are connected will be eye-opening. So please observe with a critical and analytical but open mind. Salam. We continue.
Blessed love, royal ones.
My Lord, Majesty.
Blessed love. Continuing from the reading from Priest Rastafarian. The power of rituals. The power of rituals cannot be denied. The messages which are conferred by ancient rituals can be more profound than judicial laws that are created to govern men. In this specific case of the 1916 coronation of Empress Zawadi II and the ceremony which was designed to announce her presence to the world, it was filled with clear messages. Today, we will get into the depth of those messages as they symbolize the new structure of power that is being ushered in by the new monarchy. This history will help us to understand some of the modern challenges and chaos taking place in the Ethiopian realm in the 21st century. Where power exists, there has never been any lacking of intrigue. Ethiopia, the roots of human spirituality, had its fair share as well, being under siege by internal strife and external forces seeking to harness the spiritual power that has always pervaded and permeated from the land of Kush. The rituals of the 1916 coronation concretized the Oriental Orthodoxy Christianity and dispelled any notion of an Islamic state. It also signaled that the era of the divine female presence had arrived, with Africa's first female head of state being crowned. King Tafarai's role was downplayed in terms of ritual and formal succession. It was decided that he would be Zawadi II's heir, as it was necessary for the empress to function as proof of the continuation of Menelek's line. The coronation took place on the 4th of Yakatit, 1909, according to the Ethiopian calendar, and the 11th of February, 1917 AD. Now, the coronation preparations. The church and state had to work together in getting the city ready for many guests that were coming from near and far. Prince Regent Tafarai Makanen, being a people person, proposed inviting a wide range of international guests. The clergy also had to get busy with choreographing the ceremony and getting the articles of coronation ready. The artisans who were put to work making the medals and the diadems for the nobles and diadems for the nobles and aristocrats who were being acknowledged by the new empress, Aklil for females and Warks for males. This kind of gift-giving process was like choosing her ministers of parliament. The medals elevated the receiver in the eyes of the onlooker and solidifies their loyalty when there was a controversy or a need to garner support for a policy. One thing was clear, everything within the ceremony was deliberate with purpose. Here now is a historic account of the preparations. On the eve of the coronation, the transfer of royal insignia and the rest of the articles of coronation to the church by a badgerond or courtier who was the custodian of the palace treasury. His role became the minister of finance's responsibility under Emperor Menelek's rule. The procession was accompanied by 500 guards in their traditional warrior apparel in battle formation. In the evening, as tradition required, the Empress entered the cathedral for a night of prayers accompanied by Tafari Makonnen, along with other aristocrats. All who were in attendance at the prayer vigil was dressed according to their rank or status in the kingdom. That night, the clergy from the 7 most important churches across the realm arrived to take part in the ceremony as well. They sang prayers throughout the night in preparation for the main event, the anointing and crowning of Waziri Zawaditu as Empress. One of the main allies of the Empress and a very important figure in the kingdom was Habta Georgis. He was a co-organizer of the event, and he and Tafari Makonnen collaborated in the preparations. Both had equal positions of authority, but Ras Georgis had a higher status in the political social circle, as Rastafari was relatively a newcomer on the political scene. Consequently, Rastafari overshadowed Ras Georgis, being the Negus or ruler of the kingdom alongside Empress Zawaditu. Tafari had constitutional authority. The historiography of the rule of the Ethiopian kings supported the notion of Rastafari's intrinsic authority as Prince Regent plenipotentiary. The Abunas traveled from every corner of the realm, representing each church and community within the Christian kingdom, coming to pay respects and solidify the unity of church and state, and also to send a clear message of the power of the church, of the Orthodox Church in governing Ethiopia. Rastafari was adamant about the position Addis Ababa should play and how the new flower should be presented to the world as a modern capital city. Many new structures were built in the new capital to facilitate the gala event. Arches with prayers, scriptures, and pictures of the Empress and Tafari trimmed with tricolors of red, gold, and green adorned the route from the palace to the church. The historic precedents set by displaying pictures of the Empress and Tafari along the route sent a message and established the importance of Rastafari that Rastafari had in the new structure of power. The feudal lords and their armies soon arrived in great numbers to take part in the parade at Empress Zawaditu, and Tafari were driven to the church. The presence of troops signified the loyalty of their patrons to the rulers. Now for the event venue. There are 3 main areas where various parts of the ceremony took place: in the Imperial Palace, the so-called Old Gebi, which had previously been Menelek's governing seat, the banquet or Geba, which followed the central part of the coronation ceremony took place there at the Old Gebe. The key part of the ceremony, the Mass, took place at the Ganata Seyon Church, also known as Georgis Church, also known as Georgis Church or Arada. The streets of Addis Ababa also played an important role in the spectacle. While Emperor Menelik was crowned at the Miriam Church, Empress Zawaditu was crowned at Georgis Church, which was enlarged with a tent called a Denkwan that was specially designed for the occasion. One aspect that needs to be accentuated is the order of positions during the event. The position of power is usually on the right of the Empress, and those who were positioned on her left were usually clergy and second-tier government officials. On this occasion, Rastafari was seated as heirs to the throne on the left to minimize his visual effect as a power player. Rastafari and Ras Walda Georgis were the two second most powerful people after Empress Zawaditu. It is recorded that Rastafari wore the insignia of power and was seated on the gold chair along with the Abuna and the Ekage. Even though for specific and strategic reasons, the Rastafari position was downplayed, his seat and insignia elevated him above all other nobles and aristocrats in the empire. The international and domestic situation, example, World War and the coup d'etat against Ayasu, was emphasized by the absence of the representatives of Germany and the Ottoman Empire. They chose to forego the event when they were informed of the possibility that they would be separated from the rest of the dignitaries attending the spectacle. To summarize, the location of the event, the articles of coronation, the order of seating, apparels, and the insignia that were worn had symbolic references and painted a clear picture of all who attended the ceremony. As the journey continues, stay blessed.
Welcome to today's video, where we'll delve into the fascinating history of Ethiopia. And its Solomonic dynasty. This dynasty, which ruled the nation for centuries, claimed descent from the biblical king Solomon himself. This connection played an essential role in Ethiopian history and cultural identity, shaping the course of the nation's development and influencing its relations with the world. The Kebra Nagast, a 14th century compilation of stories, forms the basis of this claim. It tells the tale of the Queen of Sheba's visit to King Solomon, who, according to the text, fathered a son with her named Menelik. Menelik later brought the Ark of the Covenant back to Ethiopia, establishing a divine connection with his homeland. This connection formed the basis for the Solomonic dynasty's rule over Ethiopia, starting in the late 13th century. The Kebra Nagast is not only a vital source for Ethiopian history, but also a significant literary work that demonstrates the Ethiopian people's talent for storytelling and their deep connection to their faith. The ancient kingdom of Aksum, identified with Sheba, was an essential part of medieval Ethiopia's identity. It was a powerful empire that dominated much of present-day Ethiopia and Eritrea, with its influence potentially extending across the Red Sea into southern Arabia. Aksum's rich history includes remarkable architectural achievements, such as the towering obelisks, intricate stelae, and magnificent churches that still stand today. The conversion of Aksum's rulers to Christianity in the 4th century strengthened the bond between the Ethiopian and Egyptian churches, as well as Ethiopia's connection to the wider Christian world. The Christian Zagwe dynasty emerged in Aksum's old heartland, keen to promote their distinct Christian identity. They likely had some version of Solomonic descent, but it was their successors, the Solomonic dynasty, who would truly embrace this connection. Yakuno Amlak, the dynasty's founder, relied on the Kebra Nagast to legitimize his rule and establish a divine connection to Solomon. The Solomonic dynasty ruled through various political changes and challenges, adapting their strategies and governance to ensure stability and continuity in the Ethiopian Empire. The Solomonic descent claim provided rulers with legitimacy and a sense of continuity as the empire faced various challenges from internal and external forces. This lineage became a crucial aspect of their identity. For instance, Menelik II, who modernized and expanded the Ethiopian state in the late 19th century, relied heavily on the Solomonic connection to assert his authority. Under his rule, Ethiopia successfully resisted colonization and expanded its borders, incorporating diverse peoples and cultures into the empire. Tewodros II and Haile Selassie, other prominent Ethiopian rulers, also used the Solomonic connection to reinforce their rule. Tewodros II sought to reunify and modernize Ethiopia, laying the foundation for later emperors to build upon. Haile Selassie, in particular, projected an image of unbroken succession from Solomon to himself, using arts, newspapers, and popular history to popularize this narrative worldwide. As the last emperor of Ethiopia, Haile Selassie's reign saw significant social, political, and economic changes that continue to shape the nation today. The Solomonic dynasty's influence continued until the communist takeover in 1974, but the claim to Solomonic descent remains an integral part of Ethiopian history and identity. The lineage serves as a symbol of Ethiopia's rich history, its connection to the world of the Bible, and the nation's perseverance through various challenges over the centuries. The Solomonic dynasty and the claim of descent from King Solomon played a vital role in shaping Ethiopian history and culture. It provided legitimacy and continuity for the ruling class, reinforcing their divine right to rule. This connection to biblical history remains an important aspect of Ethiopian identity today, demonstrating the lasting impact of this ancient lineage on the nation's development. Not only did the Solomonic dynasty shape Ethiopia's political history, but it also played a significant role in the development of the country's rich cultural heritage. Traditional Ethiopian music, dance, and visual arts often reflect the themes of the Solomonic dynasty and the nation's biblical connections. The use of Ge'ez, the ancient Ethiopian liturgical language, in religious texts and ceremonies further emphasizes the continuity of the Solomonic lineage and Ethiopia's Christian heritage. Furthermore, the Solomonic dynasty's influence extended beyond Ethiopia's borders, impacting its relationships with neighboring nations and the broader international community. As a symbol of Ethiopian sovereignty and independence, the Solomonic lineage contributed to the nation's ability to resist colonization during the scramble for Africa. This resilience earned Ethiopia respect and admiration from other African nations and inspired their struggle for independence from colonial rule. As Ethiopia continues to navigate the challenges of the modern world, the legacy of the Solomonic dynasty remains a source of pride and inspiration for the nation. The rich history and cultural heritage associated with this ancient lineage serve as a foundation for Ethiopia's ongoing development and a reminder of the country's unique place in the global community. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Ethiopia's rich history and the fascinating story of the Solomonic dynasty. We hope this journey has provided you with a deeper understanding of the lasting impact this ancient lineage has had on the development of Ethiopia and its people.
Continuing on the journey. Royal Empress Yang.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks for the coronation of our God and King, our Honorable Royal Empress. At this time, King Alpha and Queen Omega, Selassie, Rastafarian. The Royal Ceremony. The Royal Ceremony. The traditional ceremony began with the Bajarong Yaguza presenting the crown and orb to the Empress. The Ikaj then took the orb, crown, and robe to Abuna Matuas to be blessed. The orb was then given to the empress as the Abuna continued to place a silk head covering fringe with gold on her head as support for the crown or kisala. The mass started when the crown was removed from its golden case by the Ikaj and placed before the empress on a golden table. The ceremony led by Abuna Matuas and 6 other priests from Egypt who conducted the prayers during the mass. The presence of the Egyptian priest stressed the link between the two churches, the Ethiopian Orthodox and Egyptian Coptic, going back hundreds of years. At that time, the Coptic priest was the Archbishop of the Ethiopian Church. This changed in 1959 when Emperor Haile Selassie I orchestrated the transfer of power, giving the Ethiopian priests the authority to become the head of their own theological affairs. The chronology of activities began after the Egyptian priest completed the reciting of prayers. Then the coronation prayer, or Yengusua Salat, was recited by the Abuna, who referred to the unusual situation taking place at the crowning of a female emperor. The Abuna made reference to Queen Victoria and the Queen of Sheba in justification for the gender of the monarch, stating that Victoria's tenure was a successful and prosperous one, and that it was from Queen of Sheba who Menelik I inherited his throne and not Solomon. There was a constant effort made to apologize for the gender of the monarch. The Abuna then took his place on the right side of the empress, holding the crown, while the Ikaj Walde Gregorius took his place on the left, holding a horn with the anointing oil. They prayed, and then the Abuna took the oil from Ikaj Gregorius and anointed the empress, while saying, "You are the empress of Ethiopia," before placing the crown on her head. It is noteworthy to acknowledge here that the empress, like her father Menelik II, did not change her name at the time of the ceremony. Unlike Rastafari, who received the throne name of Haile Selassie upon being crowned. During the coronation, Rastafari Makonnen, as heir to the throne, along with Ras Kassa, one of the most powerful Ras in the empire, who had the closest link to the royal lineage, stood on each side of Empress Zawadi. Rastafari to the right, symbolizing his more privileged position, and Ras Kassa to the left. They were accompanied by other nobles close to the monarch, bearing other insignia, silk, wrist. There were also other aides carrying a sword, which was also presented to the empress. The aristocracy, both male and female, took off their headwears as a sign of respect for the crown and empress. This was followed by the signing of several Zima hymns, sung by the royal choir when the chant, "Gird thy sword," was said. The sword was girded onto the empress' garment. This followed the reciting of words. The scepter of the kingdom is a right scepter. And then did the queen stand. After the next hymn was sung, the empress passed the scepter to a courtier who served as master of ceremony during the coronation. The Ikaj then brought palm leaves, which were distributed by other courtiers, nobles, and clergy. After the anaphoria, the Abuna gave the communion from most in a church circle or mosques or makadas, Empress Zodi II was the first person to receive communion, followed by Rastafari and Wazero Menen. The fact of Rastafari and his wife receiving communion immediately following the Empress established the chain of command in the kingdom. At this point in the ceremony, Rastafari took off his Raswalk head covering and bowed at the Empress' feet as a sign of respect, after which he was followed by other nobles who also took off their Raswalk and Akili and paid homage to Empress Zawadi II, reciting these words: "May God allow you to rule for 1,000 years." The Empress then proceeded to decorate some of the nobles with honors, medals. When everyone returned to their positions, the core aspect of the ceremony was concluded. The journey continues. Give thanks, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Continuing on the journey.
ኢትዮጵያ የበትህነት አገር ስለሆነ የኔም ሀገር ነው።
እናስታውሳቸውን ጀግኖቻችንን ለሀገር ክብር ለነጻነት ተጋዳይ የነበሩትን ከሀገር ነጣቂ ኮራሪ ጠላት ከሀገር ውስጥ ባንዳ ለጥቅም ከሚሞት በዱር በገደሉ የተጋደሉትን ለሀገር አንድነት ታሪክ የሰሩትን እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችንን። እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችንን ለሀገር ክብር ለነፃነት ተጋዳይ የነበሩትን ቴዎድሮስ ገብርዬ፣ ዮሐንስ አሉላን ታሪክ የሰሩበት መተማ መቅደላን ባድዋም ምኒልክ ገበየሁ መንገሻን ያ በላይ ዘለቀ የማጨው አርበኛን ሌሎችም ለሀገር የተዋደቁትን እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችን። እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችን ለሀገር ክብር ለነፃነት ተጋዳይ የነበሩትን እቴጌ ጣይቱ፣ ራስ መንገሻ ቲከም፣ ደጃዝማች ፈሻህቦዬ፣ ደጃዝማች ባልቻ፣ ቀኛዝማች መኮንን፣ ቀኛዝማች በየነ በላይነህ፣ ግራዝማች እንደሻው ቁንጬ፣ ባላምበራስ በለው፣ ሻለቃ ዳኘ ወዳጆ፣ ሻለቃ በርሄ ገብሩ፣ ሻምበል ተሰማ አያኔ፣ መርሻ ድቤ፣ ዘረአይ ድረስ፣ ራስ ወሌ፣ ራስ ዳርጌ፣ ደጃዝማች ጫጫ፣ ፊታውራሪ ተክሌ፣ ቀኛዝማች አበበረዴ፣ ግራዝማች ደበላ፣ አዛዥ ወልደ ጣሪቅ፣ ባላምበራስ በቀለ ጎሹ፣ ሻለቃ ሽበሺ ደያስ፣ ሻምበል ለገሰ አያኔ፣ መንገሻ ሽብሬ፣ ሁሴን ጎበና እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችንን ለሀገር ክብር ለነፃነት ተጋዳይ የነበሩትን ሀቅን እንዲያፈራ የነበር ትልማቸው ለትውልድ እንዲያልፍ ኃያሉ ገድላቸው ጀግኖቻችንን እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችንን እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው። እስቲ እናስታውሳቸው ጀግኖቻችንን ለሀገር ክብር ለነፃነት ተጋዳይ የነበሩትን
And the journey continues. Honorable Priest 7.
My Lord. My Lord and Empress, blessed love again. And give thanks, for the journey as we, look into our Ethiopian history, So I read this literature here, subtitled, The Closing of the Celebration. The closing of the ceremony was photographed by 15 visiting photographers. Following 2 hours of prayers and the Archbishop's blessing read from the Makdas, the foreign envoys, along with the ladies in waiting and the Ethiopian guests, at the conclusion of the prayer lineup to pay tribute to the newly crowned monarch. As a sign of acceptance, the ululations could be heard echoing in the streets of the new flower as the subjects of the crown expressed their joy and thanksgiving for their new head of state. The Empress then thanks the soldiers before exiting in a procession which circled the church 3 times, sealing the formal part of the coronation. Empress Zawadi II was accompanied by Rastafarian, the ladies in waiting, and other nobles. There were members of the clergy carrying the tablet. At the end, of the parading around the church, the tablet was brought back to the inner sanctum of the church where it was kept. Following which the empress re-entered the Denquan and sat on her throne. One of the side walls of the Denquan was then lifted so those who were not permitted to enter the church could get a view of their new leader. At this stage of the ceremony, an awag was read and an invocation was recited. Also, as part of this section of the ceremony, an imperial order was read announcing the amnesty of those who lived in the forests, caves, and mountains, thus allowing for their return from exile. Following the Empress's proclamation, Gabra Selassie, who was exiled to the Danakil Desert after his clash with Ras Sayam, Mangasa was now allowed to return and regain his privileged position in the country. As a result of such turn of events, the monarch gained one more ally. The proclamation declaration ended with Abuna Matawas warning that anyone who were to distance themselves from the Orthodox faith would be excommunicated from the church. The Empress left the Gyogis church about 9 a.m. the next morning after the coronation and headed for her palace. Along the route of the parade, there were people lined up to get a look at their new ruler and to shout greetings and jubilation. The order of the parade was strictly maintained. The troops of the Minister of War, Fitawari, Habta, Gyogis, opened the parade. His troops consisted of 300 horsemen arranged in groups of 30 riding in front, with foot soldiers following, and then Gagsa, Area's troops were next to march carrying shields, which was a symbol of high status of their leader. There was a group of soldiers numbering 50 who marched with machine guns, followed by thousands of other soldiers. The aristocrats traveled in carriages with 4 horses pulling them. The horses were richly decorated. The sounds of ululations, drums, embilita, malakat, and the tromba accompanied the procession. Many affluent nobles were lion manes, silk and velvet, showcasing their privileged position in the kingdom. This attracted the attention of foreign visitors. The next step in the gala event was a Giber or royal banquet honoring the coronation. The Giber was an important component of the symbols employed in the system of power in Ethiopia. Although the Giber is not part of the formal coronation ceremony, it is a very important aspect of the celebration. At the end, a picture was taken of the Empress and the heir to the throne. All the components of the coronation had specific value. They legitimized the new ruler and showed their respect for tradition. Their ritual Sareta Nexo, complemented by the symbols used in the event, fulfilled the aim of legitimizing the new monarchy. The varied reports, while having conflicting information, nevertheless proved the power of symbolism and rituals in shaping people's viewpoints. And as such, the 1916 coronation was a great success. It set the stage for the 1930 coronation of Haile Selassie I, whose pomp and splendor is unmatched to date, and caused the colonial government of Europe like Italy, France, and Britain to be continually on the emperor's shoulders. A task Haile Selassie I was definitely prepared for as he shouldered the burden with dignity before the world. Empress Zawadi II ascended the throne after what is perceived as a period of turmoil in the country after lineage Ayasu ruled. The 1916 coronation proved that regardless of what was facing the administration and the tribal conflicts that existed, the country was united. The event further established the fact that the modernization, which was started by Emperor Johannes IV and Menelik II, would definitely be continued under Empress Zawaditu and Rastafari. The presence of most of the nobles and aristocrats in the realm being present at the Empress's coronation signaled the loyalty of majority of the influencers of that era. The atmosphere was set for future progress. If only the European powers would give Ethiopia a chance to govern without interruption. Look at the historical facts leading to the 21st century. Emperor Haile Selassie I succeeded in his mission to modernize Ethiopia, establishing telecommunications, building schools and universities, building the country's first railway line, and Ethiopia's airline. This among many other features that currently exist in Ethiopia. The setback came from the Italian invasion and the 5 years of exile which Haile Selassie I and Empress Menen had to endure, and the constant sabotages orchestrated by foreign powers seeking to make Ethiopia a colony. A noteworthy fact is the way Ethiopia was kept landlocked, unable to have access of a port from which to ship their goods, and the arms embargo placed on Ethiopia by the League of Nations members. Ethiopia turned water into wine without any assistance and taught the world lessons of endurance only countries like Cuba and Haiti has mastered. For such remarkable feats of success, the world will never forget that little man from a little mountain fortress who withstood the onslaught of European aggression. The Lion of Judah has prevailed to open the book and to loose the 7 seals. What a mighty God of Africa, Jah Rastafari. Haile Selassie, Jah Rastafari. Bless the love, my Lord and Empress.
As the journey continues,
Greetings, Majesty. Greetings, one love, you know? Yes, Majesty. Are we all be in or no? Here, my Lord and Empress, because we finish up some works and things where we, you know, some functions. So, sometime I'm on, sometimes I'll be out.
Blessed love, my Lord and Emperor. Give thanks for the 94th coronation going through the earth. Holy Emmanuel, King Selassie, Jah Rastafari, a female emperor. An important factor during the time of Empress Zawaditu's coronation, which needed to be addressed, was her gender. The message that her gender should not be perceived as a disadvantage was clearly put forward. Abuna Matiwos, in his speech, gave the example of Queen Victoria. Highlighting the reigning British monarchy's achievements. However, the same references may also be understood as hinting at the modernizing tendencies in Ethiopia. In terms of introducing foreign ideas into the system of ruling the country, another reference to Zawaditu's gender used also as a kind of justification of why she should be made emperor is to be found in the Psalms recited during the coronation. Yet another focal point that accentuates the gender of the new ruler can be traced by observing the special position of the Prince Regent Tafari during the coronation, as well as be established later on. Tafari's role within the ritual was meant to stress his role in the country as one who would assist the empress in her role. As an assurance, he would be the male counterpart to the new female monarch, creating the balance. This act was to remove the fears of those who may have thought that a female was not equipped to govern in such a difficult period of Ethiopia's development. To the people of Ethiopia, Emperor Menelik 11th reign was progressive, bringing many needed changes and new developments. There is no doubt about Zaditu's father reshaped Ethiopia in all aspects of its functioning. He was able to centralize power in the country. This is reflected in the creation of a new capital, Addis Ababa, in English meaning new flower. The victory of Ottawa was also a measuring stick for Emperor Menelik XI. He was able to rally. Oh, pardon me, Emperor Menelik II. Excuse me. He was able to rally the entire country in its most darkest hour and repel the arrogant Italian invaders, a sign of a great leader. Rastafari's father, Ras Mekanon, was also a major factor in the success of Emperor Menelik, as one of the generals in his army who led his battalion to many victories in defense of the realm. Empress Taitu, the wife of Menelik, was also an outspoken female force whose presence bolstered the administration capabilities of Ethiopia. Highlighting these facts during the coronation was important to legitimize Empress Zaditu's position, as well as the Prince Regent, who also had an affinity for modernization. The success of the former emperor were a positive coattail to ride on and to help galvanize the allies and power going forward. Wazero Zaditu was not born in wedlock. Her mother was an acquaintance of Menelik for a short time when she got pregnant. After the child was born, Menelik took her and she grew up with him in the palace. This forged a close relationship between them. Empress Zaditu's principles of governance were shaped by her father's leadership and the wealth of knowledge she gained being in the capital where the politics was part of everyday life. Gender was not a factor of Zerditu's experience, qualified her, as well as the history of Ethiopia being a gender-balanced society, having some strong females such as Empress Taitu, who fought on the battlefield beside her husband and had her own regiment of soldiers. The history of the Queen of the South, Sheba, is documented in one of Ethiopia's holy scrolls, the Kebra Negas, Glory of the Kings. So while it was the first in ages, a female was to be made sole head of state and not crowned as a consort or spouse of a king, the gender issue was put to rest by the end of the ceremony. African spirituality teaches the equality of the genders, but also identifies the separate roles of the male and female. Originally, it was the man who was the soldier going to battle. The female's role was to assist in a vital capacity, but one that kept them away from the front lines. The wives prepared the meals and took care of the wounded, and in cases distributed the ammunition. all very important aspects of maintaining the function of an army. The female being more intuitive, clairvoyant, and spiritual afforded her the voice of reason in the home and village. Her motherly virtue and divine feminine energy was the balance to the male ego and adventurous nature. This is proven in the many long-lasting violent tribal conflicts that ended only when the wives had too much and got involved. There's an old adage that says, if you touch an African woman, you have dislodged a boulder that will roll over you. The divine feminine energy is a force to be reckoned with. The journey continues. Blessed love.
And the journey continues.
Through the royal share greetings, Honorable Priest Brown, listening in, tuning in.
Glorify honor. The feature presentation for this evening or this afternoon.
King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, and elect of God, His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie I. These were the titles bestowed on Rastafari Makonnen when he was crowned Emperor of the Ethiopian Empire on the 2nd of November 1930. As leader of a civilization that had lasted for over 3,000 years, the new emperor would now be seen by millions around the world as a universal symbol of African pride and sovereignty at a time when virtually all indigenous African kingdoms had fallen under European subjugation. And over the course of his 44-year reign as emperor, Haile Selassie would be many things to many people. To some, an imperialist and brutal despot. To others, a symbol of anti-imperialism and freedom. To some, an arrogant and selfish monarch, but to others, a literal messiah and God incarnate. Paradoxes and contradictions may be common to all major historical figures, but not many mixed oil and water quite like the last emperor of the Ethiopian Empire. There is a well-known Ethiopian folktale which tells of how Tafari's father, Ras Makonnen, governor of the Ethiopian province of Harar, was visited one day by a hermit who came to deliver a prophecy. Fighting alongside his cousin Emperor Menelik II, Makonnen had played a leading role at the famous Battle of Adwa, in which Ethiopian forces defeated Italy in a raging battle which would ultimately secure Ethiopia's status as one of only 2 African countries to have never been colonized. But despite his great military successes and political achievements, Makonnen was a man in crisis. His beloved wife had been having serious troubles with childbearing and had suffered a series of miscarriages. According to the folktale, however, Makonnen's troubles were finally resolved when the hermits delivered to him the following prophecy. This time, the child your wife is pregnant with will come into the world in the best of health and survive. He will grow up to be a fine boy, and when he is still a young man, he would rise to become ruler of Ethiopia and govern the whole country with a firm hand. He will bestow greatness and pride upon Ethiopia and make it renowned the world over. But ultimately, he will destroy everything he has built with his own hands and leave the country in ruins. As with many stories about the late emperor, whether or not the events described actually happened will forever remain a mystery. But putting aside questions of factual accuracy, the hermit's prophecy from this mystical origin story provides an almost perfect summary of the complicated life and legacy of one of the most consequential leaders in modern African history. Born to a noble family in eastern Ethiopia, Tafari Makinen was surrounded by privilege and prestige from the very earliest years of his life. Through his mother's bloodline, Tafari laid claim to Ethiopia's Solomonic dynasty, which according to traditional beliefs had ruled the empire from as far back as the year 980 BC. According to an ancient text known as the Kebra Nagast, which is translated as the Glory of Kings, the Solomonic dynasty began when Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, traveled from Ethiopia to visit Israel's King Solomon, the son of David. Although this famous meeting between the two monarchs is referenced in both the Old and New Testaments of the Christian Bible, the Kebra Nagast goes into more detail, telling of how the queen fell pregnant shortly after meeting King Solomon and subsequently gave birth to his son Menelik I, who ultimately became the first Solomonic emperor of Ethiopia. His privileged upbringing and noble blood notwithstanding, Tafari Makinen's childhood was not necessarily an easy one. The early deaths of both his parents would see Tafari adopted by his father's cousin, Emperor Menelik II. Growing up in the corridors of power, the young Tafari would gain a first-rate education in power politics and develop a unique blend of charm and ruthlessness, which would ultimately see him rise to the very top of Ethiopian society. Standing at just over 5 foot tall, Tafari Makinen was noticeably shorter than most Ethiopian nobles, but what he lacked in physicality, he more than made up for in charisma and ambition. At just age 13, Tafari had been appointed titular governor of Salale, and by the age of 18, he assumed control of his late father's former province of Harar. And just 6 years later, at the tender age of 24, he became the most powerful man in Ethiopia in all but name when he was appointed as Ethiopia's imperial regent. But Tafari's rise to power would be just as much a result of good fortune as it was due to his political genius. You see, just around the same time as Tafari's coming of age, the ruling Emperor Menelik II had fallen seriously ill and was under pressure to choose a successor. Out of all the emperor's potential heirs, the only two reasonable options in his opinion were his grandson, Liege Iyasu, and his eldest daughter, Woizero Zauditu. In June 1908, Emperor Menelik suffered a severe stroke and, fearing impending death, announced Liege Iyasu as his chosen successor. But due to Iyasu's young age, the emperor requested that elder statesman Rastafarian be appointed as regent plenipotentiary until Liege Iyasu was old enough to govern. However, not too long after his appointment as regent, Rastafarian suddenly died after also suffering a stroke. Although Menelik was still alive at this point, he was now slowly drifting away on his deathbed. It was here that the young Liege Iyasu decided to seize his opportunity. Defying senior members of the imperial court, Liege Iyasu refused to share power or agreed to the appointment of a new regent. And so at just 14 years of age, Iyasu became the empire's de facto ruler. For obvious reasons, Iyasu's power grab would prove to be very unpopular amongst Ethiopia's power brokers. Working to ensure that he was not officially crowned emperor while they plotted his demise, senior members of the royal court would even refuse to announce Emperor Menelik's death for a full 3 years after his demise in 1913. Iyasu's enemies would finally succeed in bringing him down when in 1916 he was accused and tried for the crimes of treason and apostasy. Following a vindictive campaign led by the Minister of War, Iyasu was found guilty of converting to Islam and he was banished from the palace before being officially deposed. His aunt, Woizero Zauditu, was then named empress in September 1916, with Tafari Makinen appointed as a regent and heir to the throne. What followed would be 14 years of strife, political maneuvering, and bloodshed, in which Iyasu loyalists would unsuccessfully attempt to regain the throne, and a fallout between the more progressive Rastafari and the traditionalist Empress Zauditu would result in a failed attempt to overthrow Tafari as regent. But after all was said and done and the dust settled, Tafari Makanen ultimately emerged victorious. His campaign for ultimate power began with him forcing the Empress Zauditu to crown him king in October 1928, and following Empress Zauditu's sudden death 2 years later, Tafari was finally crowned the Negusa Negast, meaning the King of Kings of the Ethiopian Empire. And from his coronation onwards, Tafari would now be addressed as His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I. But unbeknown to the newly crowned emperor, news of his coronation would quickly see him become the central figure of a new religion birthed on a land far, far away from the boundaries of his kingdom. On a small British colony where black bodies had long been subject to scorn, ridicule, and subjugation, the news of Selassie's coronation would now be seen by thousands of black Jamaicans as a sign that the day of salvation was at hand. With a Bible in one hand, and in the other, a copy of the iconic June 1931 issue of National Geographic magazine, preachers of a new religion known as Rastafarianism began proclaiming a new gospel. According to them, Selassie's coronation was the fulfillment of a prophecy by the Pan-African activist Marcus Garvey, who famously encouraged his supporters to look to Africa, where a black king shall be crowned, for the day of deliverance is near. Despite facing strong resistance from the British colonial authorities, the new movement quickly began to grow under the leadership of his leading preacher, Leonard Howell. Defying the local authorities, Howell began proclaiming Haile Selassie as God in the flesh and urged his fellow black Jamaicans to no longer see themselves as British subjects but as Ethiopians. Howell would also claim that the emperor was arranging ships to repatriate all willing Jamaicans to the promised land of Ethiopia. Around 5,000 coronation photographs of the emperor would be reportedly reprinted and distributed amongst his followers for use as travel passports in anticipation of their redemptive journey to the land they now dreamingly refer to as Zion. But in sharp contrast to the Rastafarian vision of Ethiopia as an African paradise governed by a benevolent African messiah, the daily life of the average Ethiopian living under Emperor Haile Selassie's rule was hardly enviable. Despite its rich history and status as one of the oldest Christian civilizations in the world, Selassie's Ethiopia was far behind its European and Asian peers in terms of technological and economic progress. Like most ancient monarchies, Ethiopia under Haile Selassie's rule was essentially a feudal society in which an elite minority composed of monarchs, noblemen, and clergy exerted almost absolute dominance over a large peasant population who were kept in line through a combination of force and tradition. Despite several attempts to ban the practice, slavery was still common in many parts of the country, with an estimated 2 million people believed to have been in some form of forced servitude as at the time of Haile Selassie's coronation in 1930. Social mobility was more or less non-existent, and with the exception of the country's capital of Addis Ababa, modern innovations like electricity, road networks, and telephone lines were virtually unheard of. But perhaps the most pervasive of all of Ethiopia's structural issues was the way in which the concentration of all power and wealth in the hands of its noble families basically meant that the never-ending dramas and eternal squabbles between the empire's numerous princes, noblemen, and clergy often had very severe ramifications on the day-to-day life of the average Ethiopian subject. Although the generally low standard of living of the vast majority of Ethiopians living under Selassie's rule did not negatively affect the growth of the Rastafarian movement, the biggest test of faith for his most ardent believers would come in the year 1935, when Selassie would be forced to flee his kingdom following a violent invasion by the fascist Italian dictator Benito Mussolini.
Fox Movie Tone brings you the world's news. Lowell Thomas speaking.
Rome. In a blazing radio address, Mussolini proclaims his decision, war. Despite the League of Nations, Italy will conquer Ethiopia. Addis Ababa. Haile Selassie protests to the League that the Italians have already invaded Ethiopia. So the Emperor orders complete mobilization. He marshals his hosts of fighting men to defend his frontiers. The Emperor broadcasts an impassioned plea to the outside world to save Ethiopia from Italian conquest. The President of the Ethiopian Parliament speaks, and an American radio man introduces the Emperor especially to America.
Hello, America. This is Addis Ababa.
Qu'il souhaite ardemment et qu'il leur est indispensable.
He defends his country's cause, calls upon the world to stop the war, and declares that Ethiopia is firmly for peace.
Le peuple éthiopien est fermement attaché à la paix, mais il est en même temps...
A nation praying for peace but ready to fight to the last. Rome deciding war. The League of Nations preparing to impose penalties. The clash of arms, the thunders of battle seem more terrifying, as at the radio station of Addis Ababa, the Emperor Haile Selassie pleads for peace.
Il assiste dans leur effort.
You see, while other African kingdoms were falling under the control of various European powers, Selassie had worked hard to secure his nation's sovereignty by making sure Ethiopia became a sovereign member of the League of Nations. Ethiopia's entry into the world's first intergovernmental organization was particularly opposed by Italy, who had long seen Ethiopia as the perfect addition to its sphere of influence in East Africa. Completely disregarding the non-aggression principles agreed by all League of Nations member states, Benito Mussolini's forces embarked on a brutal campaign to take control of Ethiopia and exert revenge for Italy's famous defeat at the 1896 Battle of Adwa. Despite giving an iconic speech in June 1936 at the League of Nations Geneva headquarters, in which he admonished member states for their idleness in the face of Mussolini's aggression, Selassie would be ultimately forced to flee his country when it became clear that there was no stopping the Italian advance. Just 5 years after his glorious coronation, Ethiopia's King of Kings had found himself under the protection of the British Crown in the small English city of Bath, where he was forced to take refuge. A long way away from the luxuries of his imperial palace, the emperor reportedly became so destitute that even the local bookshop refused to extend his credit. The very same man believed to be the African Messiah had been driven out of Africa by one European power and was now only being kept alive thanks to the goodwill of another. Selassie's expulsion from Ethiopia would even see him being branded as a coward by his forerunner, Marcus Mosiah Garvey. But even at this his lowest point, Selassie continued to maintain the support of many others within the African diaspora as the Italian invasion of Ethiopia triggered an overwhelming outpouring of support for the emperor and his nation all around the Caribbean islands and the United States. Salvation eventually came in 1941 when the Italians were driven out of Ethiopia by British forces fighting alongside members of the Ethiopian resistance during the Allied powers' World War II East Africa campaign. Notwithstanding the massive helping hand he received from the Allied powers, Selassie's return to Ethiopia would reinvigorate beliefs about his divinity and, more importantly, build his image as a symbol of African resistance amongst many within the various Pan-African and anti-imperialist movements that had just begun growing at the time.
It is good that you are here
to record this picture of me in my palace garden at Addis Ababa. People who see this throughout the world will realize that even in the 20th century, with faith, courage, and a just cause, David will still beat Goliath.
Taking full advantage of his increased popularity in the years that followed his return, Haile Selassie began working to continue the great modernization drive which had begun under the reign of Emperor Menelik II. In addition to general improvements to the country's legal system, most notably in relation to the enforcement of anti-slavery laws and the taxation of the wealthy, Selassie's government would embark on a mass education campaign which would see over 200 school buildings erected between 1942 and 1952, as well as the establishment of Ethiopia's first university. Ethiopia's most talented young people were also encouraged and sponsored by the government to study abroad in the hope that they would one day return to put their new learnings to developing their homeland. Building his image across the continent, Selassie became a major supporter of the various Pan-African and anti-colonial movements that began during the 1940s, 50s and 60s. Alongside the likes of Ghana's Kwame Nkrumah and Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, Selassie played a key role in the formation of the Organization of African Unity and offered his country's capital as the seat of the organization's headquarters. But in sharp contrast to the love and respect Selassie received within the wider African community, Selassie would be a man despised by many factions within his own kingdom. His move to forcefully homogenize Ethiopia by elevating his native Amhara culture and language into all areas of the country's religious and civic life would cause him to be hated by large numbers of Ethiopia's non-Amhara tribes and ethnicities. Following a famine in the Tigray province of northern Ethiopia in 1958, the emperor was accused of causing the death of over 100,000 people when he allegedly refused to send enough emergency food aid. But even in the parts of the country that had not suffered famines, most of Selassie's subjects continued to live in poverty as landless peasants under the oppressive hand of wealthy feudal lords and appointed rulers. But rather ironically, it was the emperor himself that would be the architect of the revolutionary end of the 3,000-year-old status quo. You see, Selassie's push to modernize Ethiopia by encouraging higher education and sending significant numbers of Ethiopia's future leaders to study abroad would ultimately result in the emergence of a new class of educated and progressive students, politicians, and military leaders who by the late 1950s had become very dissatisfied with the pace of change. With many African countries pushing to become independent democratic states, the idea that a country as large as Ethiopia could continue as an absolute imperial monarchy was simply unacceptable to many within Ethiopia's emerging intellectual class. The first major political earthquake to hit the emperor's throne would arrive in 1960 when a conspiracy led by one of Selassie's regional governors and the commander of his imperial guard resulted in an attempt to overthrow Selassie and convert Ethiopia into a constitutional monarchy led by the crown prince. Although the generally poor state of the economy and the desire for democracy amongst Ethiopia's educated classes meant that there was some level of popular support for the coup, the overthrow was ultimately unsuccessful thanks to some swift actions taken by Selassie loyalists. Despite its failure, The 1960 coup would frighten even Selassie's strongest supporters, and some of those who were brave enough to face him began calling for Selassie to consider democratic reforms. But whether by willful ignorance or genuine imperception, the emperor proved unable to see the writing on the wall, as his immediate response was to simply punish the coup plotters and move to consolidate his personal power even further. Adding fuel to the fire, the emperor soon made more domestic enemies when he entered into a violent conflict with Eritrean freedom fighters from across his northern border. This long-standing dispute began when nationalists from the land of Eritrea, which had been federated to Ethiopia by the United Nations back in 1952, began violently agitating for their independence from Ethiopia. In response to Eritrea's demand for independence, the emperor swiftly dissolved the UN-created Federation of Ethiopia and Eritrea and annexed Eritrea as part of Ethiopia. The irony and hypocrisy of an anti-imperialist icon forcefully annexing a smaller country may have been completely ignored by Selassie's global audience, but the violent 29-year armed struggle that followed would forever taint Selassie's image in the eyes of millions of his subjects. Dealing with an almost relentless wave of pressures, from calls for greater democracy from domestic groups to the outbreak of a violent war on his northern border, the emperor grew increasingly old and frail in his appearance. But nevertheless, he continued to show no real interest in decentralizing power or taking a step back from his duties. Selassie's reputation as an African elder statesman and respected leader on the international stage continued to grow from strength to strength, almost in tandem with his increasingly precarious position at home. From front row seats at historic events such as the funerals of America's J.F. Kennedy and Francis Charles de Gaulle, as well as Shah Reza Pahlavi's infamous 25,000-year celebration of the Persian Empire, to state visits to newly independent African nations, peacekeeping conferences, and development aid fundraising events, the emperor functioned almost as a one-man government. With his image plastered across Western newspapers and his generally positive reception on state visits to Western countries, Selassie became a source of pride to millions around Africa and the Caribbean, who were simply not used to seeing an African leader command such levels of media interest and respect from other world leaders. Despite never expressly laying claim to the divine status conferred on him by the Rastafarians, Haile Selassie would make very minimal efforts to dispel the myths about his person. On the 21st of April 1966, the emperor even made an official state visit to Jamaica, where he met with key leaders of the Rastafarian movement. Selassie's visit to Jamaica would bring the country's capital to a standstill and birth even more folklore about the emperor. According to some accounts, Selassie is said to have wept as he descended from the plane and saw the surging multitudes awaiting him. In the midst of the general pandemonium were cries of people wanting to touch the hem of his garments and others pleading that he might prepare a place for them in his kingdom. Amongst those in the crowd was a certain Alfarita Anderson, who famously claimed to have looked at Selassie's wrists and seen the holes where the nails had pierced Christ during the crucifixion. Upon returning home and recounting the story to a lover Robert, she would inadvertently convert the man who would go on to become the greatest evangelist of the Rastafarian faith.
You know, a lot of people are confused about what a Rasta really is and have a very negative image of the Rasta. Tell us what a Rasta is.
See, Christ promised that he will return within 2,000 years, you know, and him say when him come, he will be the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, the conquering Lion of Judah, through the lineage of King Solomon and King David. Now, my life have great meaning to me. So I really search to find out if God is here. When I search, I looking at Ethiopia. I look all about, looking at Germany, you know, because I'm not prejudiced. Me look for God. Me looking at Ethiopia, I see one man stand up with these names, Emperor Haile Selassie, name King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering land of Judah, through the lineage of King Solomon and King David, written in the Bible. One of my things is that the Bible, them say that King James edit the Bible. Now, my understanding is that if King James edit the Bible, I don't think he will edit it for the benefit of black people. So when the revelation turned out that Haile Selassie is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, coming straight through the lineage of King Solomon and King David, then, you know, we really know that this is a Christ return, because we know in this world, yeah, when the white man edit it, he wouldn't edit it in our behalf. You know, he would have more edited to make it look like England going to be the big thing. But in the last days, they'll prove out that is Ethiopia, Haile Selassie, you know, and Haile Selassie's name is Rasta. So we are called Rastas, you know, called by his name. And then it's a lot of things. We go as far as saying, him say when he return and you call upon him, now this is God. Him say when he return and you call upon him, your mother and your father will forsake you.
By the start of the 1970s, Selassie had become nothing short of a fully fledged deity to millions around the world as his international profile continued to grow and the rise of Bob Marley as the world's most famous Rastafarian embedded Selassie's name into pop culture. But just as Selassie's star was reaching full brightness on the world stage, the sun would begin to set on his kingdom. Selassie's poor record on human rights, economic progress, and civil liberties would create a wellspring of grievances for Ethiopia's emerging generation. In his bid to quash various rebellions and maintain power, imprisonments and torture of political prisoners became regular occurrences in many parts of the empire. The Imperial Ethiopian Army would be particularly despised in the Eritrean countryside, where they allegedly committed several atrocities in their numerous skirmishes with Eritrean freedom fighters. But for all the many grievances Selassie's enemies had against him, the final nail in the imperial coffin would not come until the year 1972, when the breakout of a devastating famine in the northeastern province of Wollo led to the death of an estimated 40,000 to 80,000 Ethiopians. In the very same year where thousands were at risk of starvation, the emperor celebrated his 80th birthday in a lavish party which reportedly cost the government over $35 million, which in today's money would amount to over $220 million. The Wollo famine and its image in the media severely undermined Selassie's government's popular support, and the reverence and personal prestige of the emperor was irredeemably devastated. Fearing an impending overthrow, members of the emperor's inner circle even began pleading for him to step down before it was too late. According to some accounts, one of his closest loyalists, Ras Kassa Asarate, came to the palace and threw himself at the emperor's feet, begging for him to abdicate the throne. Although seriously moved by the gesture, the emperor is believed to have responded saying, "Tell me, did King David abdicate? We shall reign as long as the Almighty allows us." Against this general backdrop of dissatisfaction and disapproval of the emperor, a group of radical left-wing army officers who had long been waiting for the perfect opportunity quickly stepped up to overthrow the emperor's regime in September 1974. In one fell swoop, over 3,000 years of Ethiopian history and tradition was brutally crushed by the jackboots of a ragtag committee of Soviet-inspired soldiers known as the Derg. In the year following his overthrow, newspaper outlets would begin reporting that Haile Selassie had died under mysterious circumstances, but no one could say where his body was buried. For the Rastafarians, the fact that Selassie's body could not be found was evidence that their Messiah was forever living. Nearly 20 years after his reported death, however, a judicial investigation would uncover several signed documents detailing high-level orders from senior members of the Derg mandating the assassination of Selassie for the crime of leading a feudal regime. A man surrounded by myth and mystery from cradle to grave, Haile Selassie was undoubtedly one of the great enigmas of the 20th century. Never in the empire's over 3,000-year history did an Ethiopian emperor hold as much power and influence as Haile Selassie I. But rather ironically, it was this very fact that sealed his fate as the last in his lineage. But before any attempts to pass judgment on Selassie's time as emperor, it is perhaps useful to bear in mind the old adage which states that the greatness of a leader only becomes clear in the light of the regime and rulers that come after him. Selassie may be rightfully denounced for his many mistakes and authoritarian approach, but the 1974 Ethiopian revolution, which overthrew his imperial rule, would open the floodgates to an era of terror and lawlessness on a scale never before seen in the country's history. Like many other revolutions and uprisings before it, the Ethiopian revolution would ultimately ravage its own children. The political instability and infighting that followed the emperor's overthrow would see over 1 million Ethiopians lose their lives and an even larger number either displaced or plunged into absolute poverty. And so perhaps when future generations judge Selassie's 60-year reign as regent and emperor, they just might conclude that his services to his country carried more weight than the many great mistakes which he undoubtedly made. Once again, it's KB Taiwo for New Africa. If you've enjoyed this video and would like to see more content like this, then please like and share this video, and also consider supporting us on Patreon at patreon.com/newafrica. Thanks again for all your support.
And the journey continues.
History has taught I concerning His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I of Ethiopia. Ras Haile Malika is here to shape this nation and the upcoming generation and every living thing that moveth upon iration. His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, conquering Lion of the tribe of Judah, born of royal blood, of the royal house of our father David, King of Israel, is the 225th king of the unbroken lineage of kings that constitutes the Ethiopian royal Solomonic dynasty. In the fullness of time appointed, when His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I should be anointed king over Israel, 49 holy bishops and priests of the ancient empire of Ethiopia arrayed themselves in 7 groups of 7 for 7 days and 7 nights in the 7 corners of the Holy St. George's Cathedral in Addis Ababa, chanting the 9th Psalm of our father David without ceasing and without rest. Then His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, garbed in white silk communion robe, along with his Empress Mani, has just completed a night of prayer at the most holy altar within the cathedral. He opened the doors of the Holy of Holies thunderably and stepped forth, and preceded by hundreds of priests waving incense burners, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I entered the auditorium adjacent to the cathedral and sat upon his throne, decorated in scarlet and pure gold. And history can recall all the solemn promises made by His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I as he sat upon the throne of His Holiness in Addis Ababa. Firstly, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I made a solemn vow that he would uphold the Ethiopian Orthodox faith, and secondly, that he would maintain the integrity of Ethiopia, and thirdly, that he would build schools for the spiritual and material welfare of his people. History can also recall the voice of the high priest Abuna Creolus of Egypt, as he proclaimed before the large gathering, "Ye princes and ministers, ye nobles and chiefs of the army, ye soldiers and people of Ethiopia, ye doctors and chiefs of the clergy, ye professors and priests, look ye up on our Emperor Haile Selassie I, descended from the dynasty of Menelik I, born of Solomon and of Sheba, a dynasty perpetuated without interruption from that time unto King Haile Selassie and to our times. And for hours the large gathering witnessed the unfolding of ancient Hebraic ceremonial rites, as His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was granted the 7 royal insignia of Israel. Firstly, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was given his golden sword, studded with precious stones, symbolizing that the words of his mouth are likened unto a two-edged sword, of which he should use and smite the nations round about, executing justice and judgment. Secondly, he was given the scepter of Israel in ivory and gold, as is written in Genesis chapter 49, that the scepter shall not depart from Judah, nor lawgiver from between his feet, until Shiloh come, and unto him shall the gathering of the people be. Thirdly, His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I was given a golden globe of the whole earth, symbolizing that in his hands he has the whole world in his hands. And fourthly, he was given the diamond encrusted ring, and the fifth was the traditional lances filigreed in gold, and sixth was his ceremonial garments. And just as in the days of old, when Samuel anointed our father David, and Zadok and Nathan anointed Solomon, so the Abuna anointed His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I with 7 different ointments of oil of ancient prescription, and placed on his head the magnificent crown of pure native Ethiopian gold, adorned with diamonds and emeralds, concluding that may your crown be a crown of sanctity and glory, and that by the grace and blessings that we have given, you may have an unshaken faith and a pure heart, in order that you may inherit the crown eternal. So be it, so be it, so be it. Let heaven hear and earth listen, and all the foundations thereof be still, and know that His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I is the everlasting King of glory. Honor, majesty, power, and dominion are laid upon him, and righteousness, justice, and judgment is the habitation of his throne. These are the things which many prophets and righteous men of old have desired to see, and have not seen them, and have desired to hear, and have not heard them. But ye, blessed are your ears that have heard, and your eyes that have seen, of the glory of His Imperial Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I, King of kings, Lord of lords, conquering lion of the tribe of Judah, Selah.
Rastafari. As we come to the conclusion of the journey, let us look at the messages revealed by the coronation. The main purpose of a coronation was to announce to the world the presence of a new leader, to legalize the new monarch's power to rule, and to symbiotically add to the legitimization of the ruler being crowned. The aim was achieved by following a specific ritual, Serata Nixo, and by using a particular set of symbols accompanying the event. The position of the church was made clear in the coronation of Empress Zawaditu to send a clear message that deviation from the traditional faith of orthodoxy would not be tolerated, as in Lij Ayasu's excommunication. The Christian element emphasized during the ritual, apart from the traditional meanings they unfolded, were also put into a new context. The act of anointing the Empress with the holy anointing oil and blessing the insignia of power was an act of legitimizing the newly introduced structure of power. The presence of the clergy and the religious rituals was again another way of authentication for the new administration. All these proceedings very strongly accentuated the continuation of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo tradition. The absence of the Turks and the Germans among the guests was a clear message that only orthodoxy will be accepted in the land of Kush. In establishing Ethiopia as a modern country, along with the abolishing of slavery, several other changes were enacted by the new structure of power. One change being the crowning of a new leader right as the old one passed, or sometimes even before their burial. Instead, time was allotted to invite international guests to attend the coronation, allowing enough time for arrangements and travel. This was instituted by Rastafari at the 1916 coronation of Zawaditu and concretized at his 1930 coronation, where the most amount of delegates in history attended the Grand Gala event. The 1916 and 1930 coronation were hallmarks of change, merging ancient tradition with innovation to give relevance to the practice and authority of the new ruler. It was stated and acknowledged earlier that the rituals are living processes and as such can be modified to fit circumstances and time periods to have continued relevance in the evolution of humanity. There were two facts that are worth highlighting. One, Empress Zawaditu being a female was setting a new precedence. And two, Rastafari being bestowed with the title Prince Regent, Plenipotentiary, and were to rule alongside the Empress, was an innovative move, proving the willingness of intelligent leaders to adopt new strategies and approaches in governing and in ritual practices. As stated earlier, everything done in the choreographing of the coronation ceremony was done deliberately to send clear messages to different demographics of people. The innovation incorporated in the 1916 coronation of Empress Zawaditu and again in 1930 at Haile Selassie I's coronation, where time was needed before the ceremony to prepare and for the invitations to foreign nations to be received and travel arrangements made, was a part of the new structure of power. The level of global impact the emperor and the Ethiopian people sought required clear messages to be sent. The pomp and pageantry of the event was designed to be memorable and historic, driving home the fact that the modern Ethiopia had arrived. But the two most important messages the monarchy needed to confer why it was necessary to invite foreign emissaries was to display the power and splendor of this last remaining independent African country. The message was clear. As Ethiopians, we will not allow our country to be turned into another European colony. We are your equals, Europeans and neighbors. While the message being showed to the wider Ethiopian population is that the new regime was respected by foreign powers, and that as a power, the country was heading towards modernity. Rastafari was a leader strongly oriented towards foreign policy based on proper relations with world leaders. As we come to the culmination of this great event, one of the myths that must be addressed is the insinuation that the Emperor Haile Selassie I had anything to do with Empress Zawaditu's untimely demise. The Empress herself had withdrawn from public life, and the day-to-day running of the country was chiefly being done by Rastafari and the other members of his administration. When Tafari had the opportunity and the right to slay Prince Ayasu, he ordered that not a hair on Ayasu's head should be harmed because he was the Lord's anointed. Just as King David or King Dawit did with King Saul when he could have slain him while he was asleep in the cave. But instead, David cut a piece of his garment, later declaring that Saul was anointed by the Almighty and had divine immunity. The diligence and humility with which Rastafari helped to organize Zawaditu's coronation and everything he did to assure her position was legitimized does not point to a person who would later harm her, when it was clear power was already in his hands. Touch not the Lord's anointed, nor do his prophets no harm, for the blood of my saints are precious, saith the Most High, Rastafari. A cruel act of innocent murder done by the lawgiver is out of character and is propagated to distort the impeccable reputation of His Imperial Majesty. The journey now ends. The chaos and the challenges facing the African nation in the 21st century can only be understood by studying the evolution of humanity. By understanding what took place in the past, we are able to identify the causation. This gives us a handle on how things came to be what they are. And by this acknowledgement, we are able to construct a counteraction. In this, the 94th anniversary of the 1930 coronation of Haile Selassie I, traveling back in time to 1916 and the coronation, which preceded it, gives us clear insight into why a certain approach was taken, its intended results, and what were the messages sent to the world. The Council of Elders sincerely hope that our effort to bring the information in an audio-visual and theatrical manner has helped to paint a clear picture of what took place and why, allowing for the present and future generation to be able to chart a progressive path forward for Africa and her people. The constant that are ever prevailing are unity and love, two actions that are proven concepts among all groups of people. One phase of the journey ends, another begins. But regardless of the circumstances and series of events, unity remains a people's greatest strength, and love the strongest bond and remedy for hate and injustice. Unity without uniformity, loving each other as Rastafari has loved us unconditionally, will allow us to work together for a better future. To be continued. Give thanks, for the information brought to I and I by I and I will now turn over the floor to the Honorable Priest Ainsley for the Q&A segment. The journey continues.
Majesty bless. Honorable Priest, Royal Director, and we give thanks for such an informative program, my Lord and Majesty. And as the Honorable Priest say, is a question and answer form now, so you can, anyone have a question, they can put up their hand and it will be answered to the best of our ability, my Lord and Empress. And we also ask that when you speak, you turn on your camera, seeing that is a live program that is going on, my Lord and Majesty. Bless the Lord.
Honorable Priest, in this segment, I'll make the first statement to open up the segment. As I know, propaganda, as Marcus Mosiah Garvey taught us, is a very powerful tool. And it is not by chance, it is deliberate that we kept all information in that last documentary, because we could have edited out the propaganda, but because it exists and we all need to know what we are up against, we show the entirety. But we must acknowledge that propaganda is a very valid tool in government and in world politics. And it has been used mostly and effectively against I and I, the African, as we have tried for centuries to reorganize ourselves forward to a nationhood level. Like the Honorable Prophet Marcus Garvey said when he came, he said he searched and he could not find the man and woman of big affairs for the African, nor the Navy, nor any structure of power. But he set out to make that structure. And today you have I and I, Rastafari, a global movement, coming out of that effort of the Honorable Prophet, who has identified the truth and the reality of the African plight. So regardless of the misinformation and the misnomer that has been propagated throughout time about the Ethiopian situation, I and I, who are students of history, can decipher the truth. And I hope within the question and answer segment, we'll be able to get deeper into that understanding. Blessed Lord, family.
Honorable, my Lord and Majesty. Honorable Prophet Okito, you can open my video. They say the host disabled my video.
Pardon, my Lord. Let me do that right away.
Rastafari. And Honorable Prophet Okito, you will look to see when the hands are going up so we can talk. Okay, my lord. Answer the questions.
Sure, my lord. And your video is also open as well. No?
Yes, actually, give thanks, Honorable. And again, we ask that when we speak, let us not be shy and open up our cameras. And because this is recorded, this is historical, this will be here for the rest of time. So we are creating history amongst ourselves, my Lord and Empress. So the floor is open, Honorable, my Lord and Empress. Blessed Lord. Also, we have to give enough credence to say, you see how the big America going right now, and they're talking about the first time a woman might become president, and we see I preceded all of that. So it was 1916 that Empress Zawadi got crowned as head of state. So, Africa always I show the world, and I teach the world. So I said I is trying to teach ourselves and move forward. So let us not be shy, my Lord Emperor. This is our thing. And we are the Rastafari of this time. And it's really man put his hands in our hands to carry it on. The battle has been passed and it will be passed. So, my Lord and Empress, floor is open. Majesty bless. If it's even to say blessed love, let us make the thing, interactive. It's not no bully bucky master where we just sit down and I tell people things. We want to hear what people thinking too. Tell me what God tell you, and I will tell you what He tell me. And we will hear Him talking loud and clear. Honorable, my Lord. Honorable Priest Seven, you have anything to say? You can come on and say something too, and let it, how it go. My Lord and Empress.
Yes, Honorable Chair. Yeah, as the priest was speaking about propaganda, say there's some propaganda out there, about the emperor poisoning the empress with it too, right? And it also have facts that the empress was sick with typhoid, right? So, we as the priest was saying, we have to, the sheep have to know the shepherd voice, Yeah, we have to know our Father and what type of persona He carries. Because that is not the only propaganda. There's a whole lot of propaganda, but when you check the works of the emperor, it could never match up with that type of attitude and those type of actions, So I just wanted to say that, I know most of us is wise is aware of that, but still it may have more propaganda to come. So, it's just an eye opener still, So I give thanks for this program, giving us facts about our history, and as the priest would say, the propaganda is it is not facts, but it's a fact that it is out there. It is a reality that it is out there. So we have to be aware of it. You see it? Not to acknowledge it as a fact, but we have to know that it is out there and how to react to it, Yeah, so give thanks for this program again, my Lord and Empress, and give thanks for the facts of our Ethiopian history. That's the love.
My Lord. In other words, Priest Sevens, we cannot be naive.
Yes, it is unnatural. It's in front of our face.
Yeah. And we want to give thanks. Go ahead,
the chair, Honorable Empress Cindy, hand is up.
Okay.
The chair.
Honorable Empress Cindy, the floor is open.
Bless and love, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks still for the celebration going through the earth, and give thanks for all presenters and everything that has been said and done. This question is basically for anyone who wants to answer it, but I remember the documentary stating that there was a part in history that the Eritreans didn't believe that Selassie came through for them in their time of need. Now, me being a Rasta woman, I have encountered many Ethiopians and Eritreans here in New York. And I recall one time speaking to a sister and I told her that I was Ras, and she said, "Oh, you believe Haile Selassie is God and all these kinds of things?" And I said, "Yes." And she says, "Oh, I can't stand Selassie because I don't like what he did to us at one point in time where he made us starve and all these other kind of things." And my question is, how do you kind of, when you hear people speaking negatively about the king, how do you kind of curtail that kind of like mindset where people already have ingrained in their mind certain feelings about his majesty, and here we go revering him and exalting him, but there's some people who don't really appreciate love him the way that we do. So my question is, like, how do we go about helping people to understand more of his positiveness than certain negative things that people feel about him?
Good question, Empress Cindy. So I will put it to the floor. Panel, Priest Doggy, Priest Lamont, Priest Seven. My name is Rita. Answer.
Okay. Blessed love, royal family.
Blessed love, my Lord.
There's Priest Adigan. Give thanks,
Honorable historian, Priest Adigan, my Lord.
Celebration to one and all. Do give thanks, my Lord of Majesty. Jehovah, Jah. Do give thanks for another day of reasoning. Give thanks for the double Sabbath what passed through. Give thanks for your blessing, over earth, land and sea. Jehovah, Jah, Rastafari. Yeah. Well,
Priest,
the
you could open up your camera, Priest.
Okay, let me see. See,
Yes, I. Yes, my Lord.
Can see? All right. You see, even with the Eritrean, because I have met many Ethiopians, even in England here where I live, we have a broad Eritrean community in Nottingham here. And I have spoken with the Eritreans, and they've told me, some of them have told me that Haile Selassie killed their family. The first Eritrean I met that put the reasoning to me that Haile Selassie killed their family was on the underground in London. His name, he come from a place in Eritrea called Keren. Mike, his name was. And he told me, say, Haile Selassie is bad man and killing people. But when you reason with some Ethiopians, they said this is the propaganda, what Eritreans. But as for those Ethiopians who say, Ethiopian who will say the emperor starved them, that is just coming from the haters, them who never did check for the monarchy, because in Ethiopia, everything was owned by the crown. If you want land, you have to go to the crown. And some people never like that ruling. So a lot of people around the famine, because the famine was widely spread in Walla province, and the emperor is a human being. This argument about God knows everything about every human being actions at all time is not exactly true all the time. You understand? Right? And the emperor is on record to say he didn't know how widespread the famine in Walla was spreading. You understand? So over the years, Eritrea in particular have been colonized by the Italian them. So the history of Ethiopia and the Italians already. So therefore, that propaganda is being spurred in the earth. So the Italians even instigate that hatred towards the emperor from the Eritreans. But as for the Ethiopians, most of them who echo that them talk about the emperor starving them, and that come mostly from the youngsters, the children, them who parents teach them that bad culture. You understand? So what you see at the end of the day, right? Remember, Haile Selassie was not considered to be this man to sit up on the throne, you know. He was the last. It was after Empress Zadi got sick now, and Emperor Menelik never had no more heirs, and it was Empress Zadi that suggested that Rastafari Makinan become the who was made heir to the throne as the Nugus, then the emperor later on. So basically, this is the conspiracy, and it started basically from the Italian reign over the Eritreans, what I call Eritrea was part of mainland Ethiopia, and them split, you know. So them get them independence, and the emperor did even say he never wanted to have Eritrea as part of Ethiopia to get access to the seabed. He just wanted a united Ethiopia because he considered Ethiopia as one with Ethiopia. You understand? And it is a strange thing because the Ethiopians call the language Amharic, the Tigrinians call it Tigrinya. And when you study them, it's the same alphabet. All of them is coming from the girls. So even that.
So we can see it. Take the camera so we can see it.
So Eritreans and the Ethiopian now have been made amongst them through that colonization of the Italians and so forth. So that is one of the key. I have reasoned with many Eritreans, and you know, and they are so categorical. The emperor killed them, and then you have another set of Eritreans now who will tell you, say, them welcome what even this man in Ethiopia is doing now, Abiy Ahmed. So there's only difference is what I have. When I want to bring up this information, it resonates with me a lot because I see Eritreans and Ethiopians daily in my city now, here in England. Years they won't spread over now, you know. But the younger generation, I have seen that they don't know a lot about Ethiopian culture as it is, because I go into a barber saloon and reasoning with Ethiopians, and the Ethiopians all said, you know more about my country than me. I speak America, do all kind of things. And one Ethiopian was sitting down and he looked at me and he said, forget all the titles, Hamara, Haroma, this, that, and make us all be one Ethiopian. And this was a Muslim brother saying this to me. You understand? So it's a very broad situation and subject, and touchy and sensitive subject, the tribalism. That was the emperor said, if we put down tribalism and, you know, on our petty differences, you know, and the common one of the common ones said, put down semantics and deal with what we have in common. And the semantics is ripe in Ethiopia, but changes are happening as time goes on. But we have to check the history where it's coming from, you know. But over the years now, I've got used to it, you know, because it's true prophecy. It's
Honorable priest.
Is without honor in his own country. Bless the love, man.
Priest Rastafarian.
Answer the Empress now. Question. Yeah. Honorable priest. Yeah, the honorable priest, I was telling him to try and answer the Empress. When a question asked, we could try answer the question itself, then we can expound on the answer. But the Empress asks a direct question of how can we offset the negative propaganda?
Oh, you offset it? When you say
how can we offset it? How can we dispel it? How can we dispel it? How can we address it? How can we help ones to see the truth there? Is what she's asking.
How can we help one? All right, you see, if ones haven't got access and information to such truth, right? Remember, propaganda goes two ways, good or bad. You understand? It goes two ways. So to me, the bad propaganda is what's been put out there in the mass media. That's the best way I could answer You see, I don't think we're gonna negate it in this atmosphere as it is now, because it's been ongoing. It's not just today. It didn't start today or yesterday. It's been going on for years. Remember, as Rastafari in general, your God is dead, Selassie is a man. And the common reaction from a Rastaman, as much as you see Jesus as your savior, he was a man too. So this is the thing. When you see, you make a man God in the eyes of people, people don't have it's not everyone love the emperor, and it's not everyone hate the emperor. So for me, a stigma was put on the man's name from a taller time, and a people from afar like us as Rastafari come and praising this man and put him on the ice thing. And a lot of the youths, their parents who are anti the royal, anti the family, right, put out these propagandas. And as I was saying, we cannot negate it, really, or dispel it. It's a lie, and enough of it. Sometimes most of it is lies and myths, but it's been cemented into many of the youths them who do not know a lot of Ethiopian history. So that's my
Don't want it to be too long with it. And I repeat, Rastafari. What you say of that? Give thanks and I repeat, Adigan Royal Historian. You can unthing your mic, thing your camera, please.
Give thanks. Yes, my lord. What I would say, in answering the Empress, see, Priest Anigan started to address it. I will just finish. There is positive and negative propaganda. They have put out the negative propaganda. So I and I now have to counteract it with positive propaganda, which would be facts and history like we are doing today. This is an attempt at doing just what you asked, Empress, bringing real facts to the table. Now, I will share quickly because I don't want to be long-winded. There's many ones I don't want to say something. But I will just share a quick incident with the item. I and I was in Washington for an event. And traveling, I don't remember if it was to the airport or from the airport in a taxi driven by an Ethiopian from Eritrea. I and Rasai was in the taxi and we were reasoning. So the Ethiopian turned to us and started to join in the conversation and had a bunch of negative, like what the Empress was saying, about the emperor and what his people went through and all of that and all of that. So within the conversation now, I and Rasai start to address his points one by one. By the time we got to the destination where we were, he turned to I and said, I would love to take you all to Ethiopia with me to speak to the youth, because the youth them need to hear what the I them have to say. He says, just like what Priest Adigan said, the I them know more about I history than I do, because some of these things you're telling me I did not know happened. Okay, so a lot of time, like when we see what went down in Italy, we could cast down the whole Italian nation for what Mussolini do. But Mussolini led the Italian masses astray.
That's right.
They did not know the truth either. That's why when them find out the truth, what they did to him, them hang him upside down at a whole gas station and everybody passed by spit on him.
Yeah.
Because they finally found out the truth. So the way to offset a lie or negative propaganda is by bringing forward the truth and the facts. Blessed love, Majesty.
My Lord. And to add to what the priest say, a false perception is somebody's reality until they get the real facts. So, Empress India, I hope we address that point what you have here. And to add to that, Brother come and tell we education without justice is slavery. And we saw it was some of the very students that went out abroad to that Emperor Selassie sent to get education, came back with these anti-monarchian Marxists, if you know, in the 70s, 60s, late 60s and the 70s, Marxism was being pushed plenty amongst people who black activists. A lot of people fell for the Marxism. So they came back with a vengeance and, they couldn't imagine to say, well, one man running things, as the Honorable Priest Adigan said. And, so that is part of the answer. So I hope we kind of quell, or give you some sort of approach when faced with these negativity. Empress, you can give me back a feedback. Did we address it to your likings, or you still want a more clearance?
To your satisfaction.
To your satisfaction, Empress. Empress Cindy?
Because there's more to be said, and I know that it will be eventually said when everyone contributes to the conversation, because we could say more, we could add more to it, but it's for everyone who has a bit of information to come in and make the conversation full. We're not, like Priest said, we are not here dictating. We are not a Benito Mussolini type, environment. Yeah, we is His Majesty type environment where we bring the empire together. So other ones can come in and block your knowledge and make us hear what you have. So we can get a full understanding. Blessed.
Honorable Empress Cindy, you can unmute your mic and give you a clearance as to how you feel. If it's
Yes, my Lord, I have a much better clearance now. Now that Priest Adigan and Priest Rasavana have thoroughly explained to me, their responses. So I give thanks, my Lord and Empress.
give thanks. And give thanks for your interaction, your participation in the
truly, my Lord.
Majesty.
Very solid question. It was a beautiful question to start off the reading.
Very much so.
Yeah, man, a solid question to start off the discourse, right?
Rastafari. Anyone hands up? Prophet Okito?
At the moment, however, I wanted to put forward like a question nonetheless.
Go ahead, Prophet.
Yeah, growing up in school, even sometime now, you would hear some people talk about the wall of famine and how during that time His Imperial Majesty didn't send food to the people in Walla, and he was busy taking the food to feed his lions and so forth like that.
Yes.
Now, I remember during a discussion also that a brethren had mentioned that the wall of famine situation wasn't fully reported to the emperor. I wanted to know why was this? Who were the ones behind this? Lack of report to the emperor, and also was there like any European influences? So the ones who know the history more than I could probably even get a clearance on that. Because when the documentary said that the emperor spent $35 million to do his birthday celebration, one would now have to ask, could that $35 million have offset the famine? So, if the famine situation wasn't fully reported to the emperor, then that sounds like, some kind of conspiracy. Yes. So if the item could have give some clearance as to, who was behind this, was there any European influence? Blessed of my lords.
What little I know, my lord, I read a book that was written by one of the man them in Ethiopia who was under the influence of the Marxism. And they really went out of the way to put out the propaganda. Well, that book said that the emperor on his birthday killed how much virgins and let the blood run in the swimming pool and he bathed in it. So they went out of the way, and even when we look at the report what we just looked at, and they show you how they dug. If you want to say Emperor Selassie, I did, let me say 10 wrong, you'd have said the dug did 1,000,000 wrong. Because they went out of the way to fight against the monarchy. They renamed a lot of the streets and the Emperor Selassie. They renamed a lot of the streets with Marxist name, Lenin Square, and all these things. So it was a serious propaganda machine that was up against far right. Even against I and I remember at one time it was historically a fact that the black man brain's smaller than the white man brain. So we can't adapt and we can't hold certain things. Even this brethren here, Henry Clark, said when he first started seeking out, about Black history, he used to work for a white man. And when he bring the question to the white man, how he can't find no books, and he said, yeah, the man, Dr. Henry Clark said, the man say, oh, I'm so sorry to say, you came from a race that made no precedents, that has no history. So they went out of the way to portray I and I. So if you tell something long enough, if you tell a lie long enough, it almost becomes true. It seems is the key word, So the floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Honorable priest, open your camera.
Yeah, to just address the question that the prophet asks, if no one else don't have anything to add or to clarify. They speak about that. They speak about that celebration of the emperor, but no one speaks about how he funded the resistance to the 5 years of exile. He funded that himself out of his pocket. He sold crown jewels, all kind of artifacts that he inherited that was worth millions of dollars. He sold unselfishly and funded the resistance till, as the documentary said earlier, he was broke at one point, totally flat out while in Bath, because every cent that he gained or got from other sources, he sent straight to the revolution. But nobody speaks about that. Secondly, remember, the throne come with a wealth. It came with wealth. And I will say more as we go on, because I know someone was trying to say something. So I'll give the brethren a chance to speak. My Lord.
Give thanks, priest. Anyone have a Prophet Akito?
Bless the Lord.
Someone trying to say something. Come through, my
Lord. Man, somebody trying to address it, man. Speak, my Lord. Priest Andrew, give him the floor, no?
Honorable, the floor is yours, my Lord.
My Lord, bless the Lord. Last priest alumni speaking.
Priest alumni, give thanks. Majesty bless. You can open up your camera, my Lord, so we can behold the eye.
I'm trying to see. Okay, why using that? Okay.
Let's look for the camera icon and touch it.
Yes, my Lord. If thanks is the honorable Rastafarian. Floor is open, my Lord.
Let me see. Look for the camera.
We are seeing you. We are seeing you.
We are seeing you
now.
We are seeing you now.
Yeah, you can see me?
Yes.
Okay, that was the dog is who spread a lot of that propaganda.
Natural.
You see? And I was living in California there, and I meet up with some Euretians. They were my neighbors. And I used to go session with them almost every night. And I sit down with them. And the young one, them are showing me, see this, yeah? When I tell them about Selassie, they're showing me the football bullet hole and all these kind of things there. I sit down with them and I talk with them and I tell them, listen, in the war, Selassie, I tell them to turn against the enemy, which was the Italians. You see? So it's the Italians, them who spread the propaganda. And at that time, I think they was under the Islam. And like I said to a lot of brethren, when you watch the videos, Mussolini pick up the sword. And he said he picking up the sword of Islam. You see? So it was Mussolini spreading and helping the Islam to fight against the emperor. True, they had control of Eritrea. But me sit down with them Eritreans, and so one of them start to ask the rest of them, well, who was in power then in Eritrea? You see? And it was Islam. So he was turning to them and saying that he noticing that it was Islam. You see? that was against the emperor. Through even Mussolini picking up the sword, siding with them. And even to the one of the Eritreans start to question them. He questioning his own brethren them concerning these things. And he himself tell me that it ain't all Eritreans against the emperor. He said his aunt them believe the emperor is God. So ain't all Eritreans believe that. And that is propaganda of the West. And the dog is who put up that information, but he wasn't sending no money to the Eritreans. They were his officials that was keeping the information from the emperor, from reaching the emperor. You see? So is the propaganda in Italian who do that.
My Lord. Give thanks, honorable priest, my Lord. Floor is open, my Lord.
Come on, true song, man. True song.
Yeah. They went out of their way to pollute the honorable name. You know? Went out of the way.
Yeah,
to the chair.
Yes, honorable Prophet Chito.
All right. So, referring again to the featured presentation, mention was made about the first coup against the king, and I wanted to know, because in the presentation it says that the perpetrators were punished by the emperor. Officials, punish all the perpetrators who were part of that first coup, and that the crown prince was supposed to be the one who would have taken over should the coup had been successful. So I wanted to know, was the crown prince also punished? Who was the crown prince at the time, and was the crown prince also punished? Anyone who know the history more than I can even give a appearance.
May I have a word on it, but I'd open the floor to Honorable Priest Rastafarian and the historian Honorable Priest Adigan to even address that question there. My Lord.
Well, my Lord, that is a simple question.
Your camera, priest, your camera.
Really respond to. Give thanks for the remembrance.
Yeah.
To respond, my Lord. The whole palace intrigue has always had outside influence. That's the first thing we want to establish. Nothing taking place in Ethiopia didn't have outside influence when it comes to the whole lot of intrigue. Okay? Because that is how Ayasu get pulled out of himself. See, they were trying to find someone to work with to undermine the Solomonic dynasty. So during the coup, Asfa Hussein was part of it, but from somewhat of a what is it now? Not from a voluntary standpoint. So when the emperor came forward and subdue the coup, he was vertically reprimanded, but he was not put in jail on any form of duress, because
breaking up, priest. We don't hear you, Honorable Priest Doggy. Priest Rastafarian.
Hearing me?
I'm hearing you now.
Yeah, I said at some point, as for Hussein, when he was in exile in England, where Priest Adigan is, he was crowned outside of Ethiopia. See, they crowned him emperor in exile. See, for a short space of time. So, and later on, he took sick and died. But yeah, he was part of it, but not from a totally voluntary point of view. Priest Adigan can chime in and give understanding.
Honorable my Majesty.
Yeah, open your camera, priest.
Yeah, Jewess was part of it, but when the emperor came back.
Put me a camera, priest Adigan.
Oh, pardon, sorry. Wait. See me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. When the emperor came forward to Ethiopia, there was a statement, and I think Priest Kevin was showing me, and some people in Ethiopia said the emperor did say to Aswawuson, yeah, he would have did respect him more if he did come and see him dead on the battlefield. So when basically was saying Aswawuson was a coward because him bowed to the atrocity. So like I want to say, it wasn't voluntary, it was duress, but by him as the crown prince, him have an oath where him take that he mustn't go against the throne, whatever the circumstances. So the emperor tell him straight him would that feel more prouder if he did meet him dead on the battlefield and meet him alive. That the emperor said to him when him did come forward to ask for Usain in blood, son. Yeah. And that is a common talk in Ethiopia that the emperor saying would that it prefer to meet him dead on the battlefield. Him also see him dead body on the battlefield, knowing say him was a fight to keep the throne from being usurped rather than bow.
My
You know, so that is a known fact. And like the brethren says, he was crowned later on in the 80s in England under the title of Selassie, which just means gift of the Trinity. So they never give him that high power like the Haile Selassie. He did have the title Haile Selassie, which he inherited through the monarchy. But like he says, he was crowned with the title Selassie. And I remember that Pinto and the 12 tribe of Israel was pushing that narrative for a long time, but I don't really hear much of that kind of teachings around Selassie anymore, Prince married as much as for Hussein. You understand? So I don't really hear nothing, but I know that the emperor did make a word of him, like show, and from after that, I remember a 12 tribe brethren tell me said the emperor did put him on Aswa.
We're not hearing, my lord. We're not hearing.
Sorry, I hear a story in history one time where them said that the emperor, after the incident, the emperor did put him on Aswa Wusun and said, from today you will sit. And a little after that, he became paralyzed, and from that he never woke again. And them said, even if they crowned him in exile, it would be bogus because you have to be an able in body and fit to sit on the throne, and afterwards was paralyzed from the waist down. So he couldn't really sit as such monarchy. You understand? Even if the monarchy was live and running in Ethiopia, he wouldn't have been able to sit as he's an able one have to be there still. But many ones was doing this in exile. Zara Jacob, his son, and members of the 12 tribe was really the ones who really perpetuated such coronation in exile and giving him the title of Selassie. So that is my understanding, being in England, seeing it emerge at the time as Priest Dougie referred to. Yeah, so that is my little take on it still, my Lord and bless you.
And even to get a clearance to say the emperor was on his way to Brazil, if I'm not mistaken, when he got the word of the coup, and him make the plane turn around and reach forward. And when he reached forward at Ethiopia and the plane door open and just walk out, all the observers threw down their arms and bow down and kiss the ground when they see the person of the emperor. You know, that's what I read in history. The man say for me, open the plane door and they see Jah. All knees bow. You know, say, Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafarian.
Lord, you make cool bump run from him, precise. You know why? Me on a plane, I go wherever I was going. And you know, bored. So I take up one of the magazines from in the little slot in front in the back of the other chair. And flight open. It was a National Geographic magazine. And in it, that same scene, just as how you describe it, was in it.
Rastafari.
It was like it started on the page before the middle page, then the middle page, both sides,
Yeah.
and 4-page article in that magazine. It started off, it showed you the victory lion, the rock lion, but then the middle page now showed you the picture. So as you speak, there was a picture that shows His Majesty, plane door open, show you him standing on the step of the plane, and it show you some holy man will look like Arafat with the kind of wrap round them face and round them neck. That kind of wrap where them have, where them sometimes wrap them face with the sun and thing of blue and thing, but them have it round them neck and some of them have it round them face. See, and it show you them, all of them with them gun in front of them, bow. And the article tell you, so when the emperor landed from his trip after that coup, that the same members of the coup came to the airport claiming that them going to assassinate the emperor.
Yeah.
See, and they said that they got a call, the airline, the pilot got a call from the controllers.
Yeah.
To tell him to divert and land in Sudan or wherever else. And they told the emperor, and the emperor said, no, land. And they went and they land, and when the door opened, just like the I say, every man that came said them was going to do the emperor whatever them said them was going to do. Instead, them threw down their arms and bow at the man.
Beg forgiveness.
Yeah, reality. Give thanks. Yeah, man. That is a good song to share in history.
My Lord, Majesty bless. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Just to say, loving the fact, my Lord. Loving it.
Honorable Priest, my Lord. Floor is open, my Lord and Empress. Remember, this is our thing, and we are the Rastafari, so our favorite thing. So enough time as Rasta, we hold a lot of conversations with people out there, try to show them, Rasta. But when we come amongst Rasta, we could be vocal also, and make our thing, because this is our thing. And we are the sons and daughters of the Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, floor is open.
Bless the Lord.
Honorable.
My Lord. Honorable Prince Carlos.
Carlos, I don't hear your voice already, my Lord.
Yes, I. Greetings,
Yes, I.
Thanks for the celebration.
My Lord.
Well, I just want to add something that I really ponder on,
Yeah.
Because His Majesty was like the most famous government leader in the 20th century, and His Majesty was real controversial, even if they claim that he was a wicked, all these things that the president say, you say that he killed virgins and full of pool and bathed in the blood. I heard all those things too. And he gave, the food to the lions and leave the people to starve. What keeping, Hollywood is the platform that the white world has used to explain the mysticisms to the world. How come they didn't make a movie of His Majesty and further promulgate all these propagandas? Because even while His Majesty was moving through, he went on the set of Napoleon Bonaparte and shake hands with Marlon Brando and
Okay.
And these things that they had movies about a whole heap of different people, man, famous and not famous, and how come, what keeping them back from making a movie about His Majesty, and even further in the propaganda, about His Majesty? I just want to put that forward now. It kind of weird to me, it kind of strange. What really holding them back? These guys have all the money, these Jews claiming that, they are the, descendants of King David, and here is the emperor who was crowned, you know, King of Kings and Lords of Lords, the conquering land of the tribe of Judah, and they can't produce a king. So why they can't, like, you know, through Hollywood, because they have control of that, my Lord and Majesty.
What come to my mind, my Lord,
Food for thought.
is the powers of I and I, you know, who keep, you know, His Majesty, you know, visible throughout the years and growing every day, you know, very influential. So who knows, Priest Doggy, give me the story when you was coming up from Parcel to Florida, and the old man who was packing who packing the bags in the grocery and then started look for your badge. A white man.
Yeah, there's several incidents of that. You know, the most profound one was crossing the border going into Canada and pull up at the booth where them check side. I man pull up at the border. Now my brethren, I have some herb for me. I carry cross for I man fleshy because my fleshy they go through a little thing and you know in the need of strength.
Yeah.
But I never have the cash, but I have some product. So I carry the product over. So when I pull up at the booth now, I see the man send the first car in front of me, pull it over, send it over to go get check and all of that. So why I am almost assured that I must get sent over, go get check. See, because who I am, looking who I, you know, Rastafari and all of that. When I pull up, the man look at me, ask documents, you know, ask where I'm going, how long I'm staying, who I'm going to, and just as him running up now, tell me what is what. Him look and glimpse my guide and spin. When him glimpse my guide and spin, it's His Majesty, you know, on it. Him asked me, who is that? I said, Haile Selassie the first. Him say, of Ethiopia? I said, yes. He said, oh, a great man. I met that man when I was in the army. And blah, 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 blah. And he just went on and him just give him my documents and say, have a good day. Okay, so my guidance pin guided me that day. Just like call it guidance pin. The man look at it as a white man and him thought of His Majesty and you know mental memory of His Majesty is a good one. Unlike some that you may meet, the man say, that is a great man. I met him when I was in the army and go on to tell me him story Rasta.
But what may I ask you about priest was the one where the old man say, who is that man? My son, I've seen all those pictures by my son as a white man. Because the point I was trying to say, a lot of white people love Rastafari now, you know. So maybe Priest Carlos, you know, see it. Them man, they ain't gonna make them move because they gonna start offend their very own people, their own sons and daughters. That's a, you know, thought. So that's why I did ask Priest Rastafari to give you that history there. You can still give it, Priest.
Well, my lord, yeah. Well, you basically get already, you know, because I go through and from him see him just react to it. And a lot of white people right now, my lord, they know the truth. Okay, it's we them tell the lie, you know. They know the truth. We thinking that the powers that we don't know the truth. The powers that we know the truth. Is we them feed the lie. You understand? And one of the reasons why Hollywood wouldn't do it, there's a whole saying, you know, there's no negative propaganda, you know, in that sense, or advertisement. Sorry, there's no negative advertisement, you know. By doing a film right now, when them do the film on Hitler. Hitler is one of the most famous man globally known right now, you know. No matter whether it is for what them try to propagate him for, you know. The world know because them don't make the world forget Hitler through the many films that they have made and push them things. So now if them start to say of the emperor, you don't think people going to want to know for themselves and go do the digging and the research and find out say truth exists.
Rastafari.
And start to feed off of the truth. Them don't want that. Yeah, them don't want that. Because this is one of the incidents where there's a lot of evidence in support of the truth. It's not like one of those incidents where you can barely find any evidence. You understand? There's much evidence. When you look at and I'm going to end with this, the Nixon welcoming address to Haile Selassie when he visited the US on a state visit, 1954, I think it was. See, when you read Nixon's welcoming address, that tells it all. Tricky Nick, I never expected it from Tricky Nick that he would write the truth in the way he's expressing that document. He said the world who the emperor a debt that the world cannot pay. That is what we started. The world who the emperor a debt that they cannot pay, and him go on to now tell you things that the emperor have done. See, so them know the truth, my lord. Yes.
My lord, give thanks to every priest, Rastafari. And the floor is open, my lord and empress. Any hands up, honorable?
My lord.
Okay. Honorable Priest Brown.
You go hear me then?
Blessed my lord.
What did I say, Prophet Okito?
Yes, Honorable, someone is trying to speak.
Okay.
Not sure who it is, but the person can come.
I respond to the call, my lord. Priest Brown, respond to the call.
Yeah, I know, but I think someone before the eye.
Okay.
Priest said I'm not here.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yeah, I hear the eye.
Yeah, my lord. Yeah, they call me no film because you got the welcoming of Nixon and you got the welcoming of President Kennedy in 1963. When the president said, in welcoming His Majesty back to the United States, we welcome a man whose life is already set in history. And then he go on to say how much African countries get freedom in the space of 10 years. So that's why one of the reasons why President Kennedy get head blow up. Because you were going to sign the Declaration of Human Rights, I think, at that time.
Yes, yes.
So they couldn't make a film about against the emperor when all the European nations give him all their highest honors.
My lord. My lord. And that was Priest Rastafari. That was Priest Rastafari. In the research, they find too much truth. So I couldn't. Honorable Priest Brown, freedom. You can unmute your mic and.
Almighty Majesty, my Lord and Empress, give thanks to the Royal Congregation of Saints, Apostles.
You can open your camera to praise, guys. I open reason.
I say, I can't find a part.
No, praise. I see you. If your camera not open, I see you. I see you right now.
Now we see in a picture.
A picture.
Let me see.
In a picture we are seeing.
Asking you to start my video. Yeah. My Lord.
Yeah, let's put the icon. Yeah.
Yes, my lord.
And Majesty.
You open the video and you close it back.
Yeah, do it again. Touch the icon again.
All right. It come on and it gone off. All right. And unmute your mic now and talk. Your mic. We not hear you.
My Lord and Empress.
Go ahead.
Mute a mic, mute, man. We not hear you, no praise. All we are seeing just mic. All right. We are here, you know.
Oh, yes. Give thanks to the royal gathering of mighty patriarchs, saints, and angels of the Most High, King Emmanuel VII, Adonai God, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Empress, this is what give thanks to us, this honorable and most glorious occasion. And I glorify very much this gathering of saints, my Lord. The glory of His Majesty is, you know, it's more than words can explain. So we just do our best, you know. Give thanks for the inspiration. First, I would say give thanks for the inspiration from the Right Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, who was my first inspiration and light, pointing me to look to Africa for the King. And give thanks to a mighty prophet of the Most High, who in my early days approaching common entrance visited my primary school with a whole display of His Majesty portrait. And right there and then, seeing His Majesty in his royal coronation dress with his banner. Immediately, I called my friend and say, Sigadia, not even knowing the history of Rastafari and the whole thing, you know. So give thanks for the fulfillment, you know, of the recognition and the glory, you know, and give thanks for the continuous progress we are making as a people, you know, to establish His righteous kingdom upon earth, you know. Because I is very confident that righteousness shall cover the earth as waters come and cover the sea. And the root of righteousness, oh my Lord and Majesty, do give thanks. Oh.
A young man, a young priest, Brown, my Lord.
Welcome to today's.
My Lord. Give thanks for that semblance of your majority began at the Father's feet, my Lord.
My Lord. That's all right. I had to show it to you, priest.
Oh, blessed Most High, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari.
I see it, priest, doggy.
Yes, my Lord.
Yeah, I priest Brown and I'm here. Him didn't
Yeah,
even
man.
have a stitch eye. Him didn't even have a stitch eye here behind face.
You know, I tell me about Priest Brown, man. Yeah, man, I know Priest Brown from them. Honorable Priest Lamont have a man up to, you know.
Honorable Priest Lamont has his hand up.
Honorable Co-Chair, Priest Lamont, my Lord. Blessed
love.
Lord.
And majesty to the royal congregation, my Lord.
My Lord, blessed Lord, Priest Brown. Honorable Priest Lamont, the floor is open, my Lord.
Give thanks, Royal Chair. Royal
Lord.
Give thanks to the Royal Council of Elders. Give thanks to the Royal Host and Co-Host.
Sing your mic, your camera. We want to see your beautiful face.
Camera is open. Hold on. All right. I think it's
there you go. There you go.
Yes, Lord.
My Lord.
Let me tell you, really carrying this program on. I have to apologize to the royal listeners for my late coming in. I was doing something for my daughter, but I am glad that I have been listening, but was not able to answer. I have heard many things that I wanted to respond to, but because my location, I really give thanks for our Royal Majesty, our Divine King, and for his exemplary life, that he was called the Golden Prince and that he could have been crowned by reason of the light that he has shone, that, you know, he could be crowned as our divine power of the Trinity, as the light of light, the elect of God and the light of the world, the King of Kings. We are glorified that such a day occurred and that I and I are blessed that we understand the importance of such a coronation. As our great prophet Marcus Messiah Garvey said, a king shall be crowned in Ethiopia. And that king we should look to at that time for our God, as our God and our King. We do glorify such glorious King as the Most High, Holy Emmanuel, King Emperor Haile Selassie I, Jah, Rastafari. We want to thank our great teacher, King Emmanuel, who has really shepherded us towards this fullness of divine praises unto a God that is worthy of praise and honor and glory. You know, we glorify this day. And in listening, I heard, you know, the Empress posed a very pertinent question, and the mention of propaganda, you know, which is so much the reason for all these lies and misconstruction that are out there against the Majesty. And as one have rightly said, that these are influences from external energies that were against the Majesty. And it's quite clear that the Majesty had oppositions, even from within. Some of his own children were able to be coerced in doing things against him. But it's clear that he had opposition and enemies. So we have to be realistic and to know that just as in other political scenes, there are going to be rumors and propaganda to tarnish, you know, such a one that you would be trying to tear down. And so what I try to do for myself when I hear this propaganda, I see Dougie say the truth. And in speaking the truth, you are able to develop the confidence in what you know and in what you believe. But when I hear seeking the truth, I wonder, how do we find the truth? Because such truth are not normally written and put somewhere for you to find. But we can speak when we get the opportunity to those that are fair-minded, and especially Ethiopians that have been there. And I had the opportunity to speak with Ethiopians that have lived in the palace. And one of the things they tell me as finding truth about what happened, he said even when they talked about the famine was blown out of proportion. He said many of the pictures that were shown about starvation were those Washioka children that were used by those same World Health Organization and those Red Cross and all those allies of propaganda that pretend that they are doing good and that they are humanitarians. But they were also vehicles of propaganda, because a lot of those pictures that they showed about suffering and starvation and all that going on in Ethiopia were not exactly so to the extent to which they put them. He talked about even Priest Ansley mentioned the streets in Ethiopia. He said when they tried the demise of the Majesty, they talked about starvation in Ethiopia and that he had robbed money and taken to the banks in Switzerland. He said the people volunteered in line carrying donkeys and all kinds of animals laden with goods to offer to the fascists who were trying to claim that His Majesty had robbed money and stuff like that. And they said, if he has robbed, we are giving to you all that we have. We are giving you our values so that, you know, if there's any debt that the Majesty owes, we'll pay it. They never saw the Majesty as having them in starvation. It was the propaganda that was spread to those who were not conversant with the facts that were happening. Just as we see propaganda of the wars in the Middle East and in Ukraine, where we see the West saying their side of the story and spreading a lot of falsity. And then we see the reality that is taking place in Gaza, where they have coincided to carry out a genocide under all kinds of propaganda and misinformation. And the propaganda is like bad habits. They don't go away easily, and they don't go away at the same time that the opposition put to it to say that that's not so. So when we look at what's happening, we can realize then that with the amount of adversaries that the Majesty had, there were going to be propaganda to try to tarnish his reputation. After all, we have to remember that he has come up with an impeccable slate. Yeah, so much that he was called the Golden Child. So we know that the colonial masters were going to try some way to try to tarnish that impeccable slate that he had. And he said if they are talking about the Majesty being imprisoned and buried in places, he asked me the question. He said, what wouldn't the Derg give to have a picture or a video of the funeral of the Majesty? That would be the last thing they kept in secret, no matter what the excuse or explanation they gave, because that would be their proof. That would be the first thing they would want to show. Here we have this man in the hospital and he's dead. Because he said to me, when they claimed that he was sick with old man's sickness, which is stoppage of water, and that they had him in the hospital, he said the people knew it was a lie, and they converged on the hospital, demanding to see him. And then they said he was arrested and many different things. But he said to me, the last opportunity they would give up would be the opportunity of showing that they have this man sick, helpless, and worst of all, dead. And they would not, as a matter of fact, he commented, he said that happened at a time when filming was second place and was being done everywhere. Nonetheless, they were not able to show a photograph of that. So these are the kind of proof that we must use to show the propaganda machinery that they have placed against the Majesty, because most of the things they said about starvation and money being robbed and taken away were definitely Western propaganda and very far from the truth.
My Lord.
So again, right here, you just proven the point that if you look hard enough, you find the truth. You know?
Yes.
Because as the priest speaking, there is proof than that. There is an interview with Haile Miriam Mengusto, who, when asked the question, stated in his interview that he himself would not have touched the Lord anointed. So whether he was trying to be facetious in it, he said he had nothing to do with the demise of His Majesty, is what he was stating in that interview. See, I don't know if anyone else has come across that interview, but there is an interview with Mengusto, and he was asked about the death of His Majesty, and that he authorized it, and he denied it. Now, in the documentary we just watched, you hear them say that they discovered documents after the overthrow of the Derg, with documents stating authorizing the
execution,
assassination, the execution of His Majesty. So there's a whole lot of conflicting information, but if you look, you will find information that disproves the propaganda that is prevalent. Listen,
even until the overthrow. So I none of us we see the pictures where Emperor Selassie went into the Volkswagen. But I read it where they say when Mengistu confronted Emperor Selassie say, "How is what you're doing for the good of the country, the good of Ethiopia?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "Well, I am for the good of Ethiopia." And he walked out with him because he could have seen John never covered with no handcuff. And the writer was saying they put Emperor Selassie in the back of the Volkswagen. And like to say, it was a small car, but we know Emperor Selassie structure is a small structure. Anyone we could sit down in the back of a Volkswagen well comfortable. And the next thing, I read a report with the last reporter. A reporter said they did the last interview with His Majesty when he was supposedly under house arrest. And the reporter say, they showing him say, if he realize what's going on, if he realize he under house arrest, And they say His Majesty look for them and say, if I want, I could stop all of this right now. But through him says, for the good of the country, I am for the good of the country. And the reporter say, the old lion never realized that he had lost his power. But just listen to what Farai say. If I want to stop this, I can't stop it. No. But to the man say, for the good of the country, I'm for the good of the country. My lord.
Honorable, my lord.
Majesty bless. You can open up your camera, my lord.
Yeah, my lord.
Bless it.
I read something there with Haile Menguste. And he said he personally killed the emperor and he buried under a concrete slab because he was afraid he would resurrect. I don't know if anyone come across that.
No, I never read that one day.
Okay. Well, I go look, see if I could find the information.
What up, yeah, misinformation.
Yeah, neither me, but a whole heap of conflicting information.
Yes, yes. The floor is open, my lord and empress. Any hands up, Prophet Okito?
Not seeing any hands up at the moment. Not at the moment.
The floor is open, my lord and empress.
But if no one ain't got something to say, like I said, you know, if Haile Menguste said that he buried under concrete because he afraid he was resurrect, he's showing the power of His Majesty.
He was, yeah. If you're so afraid, you're not going to even go close to that man to kill him. If you're so afraid.
You know what I'm saying? And to bury under concrete, that can't stop you from resurrecting.
We don't hear empress for the day, you know. And we know we have some powerful Omega amongst in the midst. So any empress have any input or even oh, we did hear Empress Cindy. Pardon me, Empress Cindy. Yeah, we did hear Empress Cindy. Any other empress would I like to say something? Even blessed love. No empress, no one say nothing. Empress Dion, Majesty, Empress Akim, Majesty.
Blessed of my Lord. Give
Majesty.
thanks to the God of knowledge flowing. I spoke already, so I was just giving another empress the freedom, you know. But give thanks to all the knowledge, all the information, you know. Thanks, my Lord and Empress. Blessed love.
Rastafarian.
Blessed Lord, blessed. This is Akim. Yes, I'm here. I'm listening. I just returned from Miami, so I'm a bit tired, but I wanted to be a part of the reasoning. And, you know, I'm used to being here on Sunday, so I didn't want to miss anything. So, yes.
How was your experience? How was your experience?
Most wonderful. You know, oh my gosh, yes, you know, it was my first time.
Okay.
Yes, to be a part of the I don't even know how to even explain it. It was so many things for
open up
me.
the camera, Empress.
Yes, yes. Blessed.
Majesty. Yes,
yes. It was very wonderful, very emotional for me as well. To hear the drums first, you know, face to face, and to hear the teachings and everything, you know, it was wonderful. You know, I'm just ready to be able to be a part of the energy on, you know, on a regular basis, you know. Yeah, being here in the States, I continue to say I feel as though I'm away from home, you know, and home is where my Rasta family is, you know. So
all right.
Yeah, so just let me know that it's time for me to forward to Jamaica, you know. You know, that's my first step, you know. So I give thanks. I give thanks. It was beautiful. It was beautiful to see Empress Maisie and Trisha and Empress Maisie's daughter, and to, you know, be able to be with the elder, to be with Mama face to face, powerful woman. I give thanks for her. You know, yeah. So yeah, give thanks, and then to be able to see Priest Nappy and Knuckles. You know,
yes,
most wonderful. Yes, 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 yes.
Give
And I was able to see the first crowning of a priest. You know, yeah, that was
a priest got crowned yesterday.
yes, yes,
Okay.
yes, yes. And
what was his name?
Oh, I can't remember. I can't remember the brother's
right.
name. Yes,
right.
I can't remember.
right.
I want to say that he was from Barbados though.
Okay.
And then I also got to see a baby dedication. That was wonderful as well.
Okay. Oh, you get the whole enchilada.
I did. I did. I
It's
did.
Yes,
It was a wonderful feast. A wonderful feast, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Glorify,
So give thanks. Yes.
Rastafari.
Yes,
I
Rastafari.
give thanks for the patriarchs and matriarchs from them time, the brethren them in Miami who been keeping it going. I remember the first time when they published the 100-year anniversary of His Majesty Earth Strong. Big thing, newspaper, front page. Priest Dougie, I know you was part of it. So we glorify, you know, the consistency of each and every one. And at this moment, we want to give thanks to the Honorable Royal Revolutionary Priest Rastafarian for putting on such a program. It took a lot of research and a lot of putting together. So, my Lord, we do give thanks for your works. Your works speak ahead of you, my Lord. And the floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Oh, then if there's no one jumping up, I will pose a question to I and I.
Go ahead, please.
What is the greatest bit of truth that we have taken away from the information that we have heard this day, you know, during the program?
Nice question, priest. Nice question. The floor is open. The panel heard the Honorable Priest come up with a question. What have you taken away? Repeat it, priest, so I could get it proper way you say.
What bit of truth that you have taken away from the information shared today in this program?
Floor is open, my Lord.
My blessed Lord Majesty.
Honorable Priest Nappy, my Lord.
Yes, my Lord. Give thanks also to Rastafarian for the works I go through, you know. And just as the Empress said, we have some other works that we have put forth on the side. So we're really, you know, be so involved in this settings. You know what I mean? So just give thanks for the highway. I put it forth, my Lord. You know. And I will leave the question as it go on to the panel for go on. You know, but I just want to say give thanks, my Lord. And even though I wasn't here to do certain things, but upon another front, you know?
Yeah,
my Lord.
Glory. Mighty man. Yes, my Lord. Give thanks to the soldier them with upon the front line of our hold it the same way, my Lord. All honors and respect to the man them, you know?
Yes, yeah.
And the woman them. You know?
And the woman.
Man, everyone. Yeah, man, everyone who's far right in this time. We give thanks. Bless them.
Floor is open. What piece of truth did them get from the presentation today? Floor is open.
Honorable Priest Lord.
Honorable Priest who?
Bro, my Lord.
Okay, my Lord. Go ahead. Can't speak.
My Lord and Majesty.
Blessed.
You might mute.
Blessed love.
Yeah, we are here, you know.
Honorable Majesty.
Mike,
struggle.
Priest Brown.
Blessed love.
Yes, go on talk then now.
All right. As one who was brought up within administration at the feet of King Emmanuel, what struck me most is the prophecy, a concern me or brought to mind, touch me, is the prophecy that was made concerning the journey of His Majesty. Let me get my glasses here now to see what the screen. Start my video. Let's see.
Yeah, but give me a little more clarity upon that. When you say the journey of His Majesty, what are you talking about? The prophecy from the Batawe priest?
Nah, yeah, priest.
Nah, yeah, priest.
You might mute. See him out and move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bad reception.
Yeah. About the movement,
Sound like you ask a very conscious question, but we can't hear you, man.
Can't hear you.
Can't, brother, can't hear you, priest.
Make him have to change in position. Go under the almond tree.
Why hear him too, you know, because it sound like a thought-provoking question.
Well, he's off now because he lost network.
Yeah, could I tell you losing?
Yeah. Name up a country too, eh? Yes, the floor is open, my Lord and Empress.
Yes, my Lord. Give thanks. Yes,
Honorable, my Lord.
Honorable, you can see him now. Yes, my Lord. Give thanks
Yes,
for life, health, and strength. Give thanks, you know, my Lord Majesty. Yeah. I was here doing a little 1-2 thing now, so me just get the CT now holding, you know. Give thanks for the good celebration going through the 94th anniversary, commemorating our God and King, you know. Give thanks for the prosperous celebration, as to say, with Empress Menen, you know, what is a good thing that we learned from this. I man says that Empress Menen, she was the first woman ever to enter into the cartwheel, knowing that the woman couldn't enter into the cartwheel, and she break them think, knowing her contribution to Ethiopia, you know. So I give thanks for that, you know, and she was crowned, and as the Abuna say, it is a right moment, you know, for her, you know. So give thanks, you know, and it was ordained. My last, so give thanks for the royal empresses, them, you know, holding manfully, you know, stand fully, you know, in its right, you know. So give thanks. And one of the things,
womanfully,
my lad, I give thanks to the woman them taking the stance, you know.
Yes, yeah.
You know, Haile. So yes, my lad. So as to say, one thing I wanted to say, of the treaty within Menelik, that the whole thing about the propaganda that started in Eritrea, you know, was of knowing that in Wukil, with the treaty that was signed from Menelik time. You see it? So it was nothing ever to speak so boastful of Menelik time, because knowing that it was prophesied of His Majesty reign had to come. You see it? So if you watch back in history in the timing of 1930, as we can see through all the filming, only England had it. It's was the one doing all its filming, you know, within television, because they was the only one had television at that time in 1930, and that's why they take the flicking in that it was blacked out to I and I as the nation to see that coronation.
Yeah.
It's in 1930, and this couple 3 years after in the Geneva conference when they started with the checkerboard and started to set the legislative and executive papers running for territories. And this was the infiltration when they came in again. You see, with the thing Eritrea, because Eritrea was allies to aid the ammunition in. You see, so this was the whole conflict, as you see within the documentary. His Majesty signed the treaty not to go against with Eritrea, because Eritrea was one with Ethiopia from them times. So this was the propaganda, and I give thanks, my lord.
Give thanks on every prophet, my lord. Majesty. Floor is open, my lord. And Empress.
My lord, honorable.
Bless her.
Give thanks again.
Yes,
when I was reasoning with them, with the Eritrean them in California, right? I asked them this question. I tell them Ethiopia was the only free African country. So now I ask them, if Italy had won the war, what do you think they'd have do Eritreans? You see, I posed that question to them. I tell you, it was like 5 Eritreans I was dealing with, me one. And they had to check themselves, because the Italian is not going to give you the power. If they were able to have conquered Ethiopia, they'd have keep down the same Eritrean them.
Yeah.
So I show them they'd have just become slaves.
My lord.
You know?
Give
thanks, my lord.
Honorable priest, give thanks, my lord. Yes, I.
But the victory of the emperor is even greater than that, family. To add to what they are saying, it's even greater than that, because not just the Eritreans, but if the entire continent of Africa had fallen and Ethiopia never stand as the last bastion of freedom or liberty, today, you think we would be where we're at, even though we're still looking to get to somewhere else? We're not where we want to be yet. But even the limited amount of freedom that we have today, we would not have, because they would have dominated the continent and have the entire from Cape to Cairo locked. So we have to look at the significance of His Majesty's victory. That's why Nixon said the world owed the emperor a debt that they can never repay, because that victory there that Ethiopia had over Mussolini with the British help is what bolstered the Allies back into the position that
World War II.
Yes, with World War II, is that gave them the edge, then put it in our terms. And that gave them the edge. Without that conquest right there, even the world would have fallen prey to fascism.
My lord.
So it's a very important victory. That victory was a very important. Remember, say Germany was one of them that leaked in weapons to the emperor because he was under an embargo. Nobody was allowed to sell him any weapons. Germany was the one that broke the embargo and gave him weapons, Germany. A sector of ones out of Germany. So we have to look at the whole impact of what happened right here. If His Majesty never do what him do, we as a people of melanated people, we would be in a worse predicament than we are today. Yes.
This is why they say, I was saying, life is to be lived forward, but judge backward. You always have to look where you're coming from to which part you can reach. So what I say is a key there, my lad. Yeah, the floor is open.
Serious.
Prophet Okito?
My lord, no hands are up at the moment.
Okay. Do I have any contribution right now?
Not at the moment. We're 4 hours into the program.
Okay.
We can look for wind down.
Yes.
And rounds, and I do give thanks to have the privilege of putting it together with the item.
Lord.
You know, without all the involvement of ones, putting it together would be useless.
Rastafari.
You know,
Yes,
the
my
item part, the item part is prominently important, you know. So give thanks to everyone taking time out and being a part of this as the director. And for the cast, the time it took, the short space of time getting it together. Give thanks to the item, ability.
It was a short space, you know. We work with what we prove ourselves. We can, you know, we can do things even on that street.
Yeah, just imagine if we had the time and took the time. Yeah, man, we can. Yeah, so we give thanks for everything said and done, family, and look forward to better things because we always can be better and must be better. So, yeah, blessings and love. That is my final.
And everyone, they have a final word. Anybody have a final word before we close off?
We'll turn it over to the Honorable Priest Lamont to close off the whole process officially.
Yes, Empress Sharon, you have anything to say? I know I'm putting you on the spot. Bless.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Majesty bless.
Give thanks for the words, give thanks for the song, give thanks for the mighty power of the Most High, Selassie, Rastafari. Beloved, it was so edifying. All the information, all the efforts, all the works that were put into this, I give much thanks and I glorify each and every one. Selassie, King Rastafari. Blessed.
Blessed love Empress. I know I put you on the spot, but give thanks for your good words. And every priest Carlos, you have any seal words?
Yes, my Lord.
Blessed.
I give thanks to and give thanks to this moment, you know. One thing I would say that a piece of truth that I gathered from this platform and this moment is that if the Dirk, who was after the assassination of His Majesty's character, had a video or a photograph of His Majesty demise, like him dead on a slab, you know, they would have presented to the world.
To the world.
That makes so much sense, you know.
Yeah,
so then you would not have none of I and I, you know, defending the life of His Majesty.
Rastafari.
So I really give thanks for that piece of word song, you know. That is something that a man could use as rebuttal to persons who would tell you all whole heap of things like Selassie dead, and you know, you're always hearing that. That's the first thing that is throw at you. So I give thanks to this forum, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all who participated, everyone, you know, what a part of playing it together.
Give thanks for your coming today. Can you see me? I will send the link for you. So I give thanks to see you coming this day, my lord. You know, don't be a stranger. Don't be a stranger. I never pray.
I won't. I won't, my lord.
I lord.
Thanks, man. Thanks for the accommodation, you know.
Rastafari, let's know. Anyone have any other closing words? Please, Aswad. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're breaking up.
But one kingdom, the kingdom is what people are prepared for it. So we have to
I hear you, my dad.
You could hear you, no, man.
Yes, I do give thanks.
We just not hear you, please.
I
love to hear you. I hear you.
I know.
Bless.
Honorable Priest Adigan, you have any final word? I guess. Peace, Adigan. We not hear you, you know. I see your mic unmute, but we not hear you. All right. Technical difficulties. Okay.
Well, I got something to say, my lord.
August definitely cut and clear.
Yeah, that's the same question I posed to the Eritrean them. I tell them, it's Haile Selassie, is who free all the other nations, China, India, and all of them, because everybody has been underfoot at the White Wall. So
yes.
It is because of Haile Selassie that the rest of the world get their freedom.
Emperor, my lord.
My lord
yes,
and Emperor.
Majesty. And anyone else? I see live. We hear your voice for the day. Nokia C20, we don't hear your voice for the day. Yeah, they want to unmute your mic and bless the congregation before we come down. And we want to give everyone a chance to say something, you know. Because I was saying, you know, what God tell me, him not tell you. And when him tell you, him not tell me. But you could tell me when him tell you, and I could tell you when him tell me, and we could hear him talking loud and clear. So I don't know that would inspire life to unmute your mic and say something, or Nokia C20. If not, blessed love, give thanks for the moment. Honorable Priest Lamont, my lord, the floor is yours. Unmute your mic, Priest Lamont. Honorable Priest Lamont, my lord. Him did mention about the location, which part he was to, you know. So him probably getting difficult. Priest Lamont, Honorable, my lord. Yeah, them I hear me, right? You hear me, Priest Rastafarian?
Yes, my lord.
Yeah, man, go hear you.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. Priest Lamont, Honorable, my lord. I think him call drop. Yeah, him call drop. All right. Honorable Priest Sevens, you can bless us with the closing, my lord. Unmute your mic, priest.
Sorry, my lord, I'm in a position where I'll be interrupted.
Okay. All right. All right.
Honorable Priest Lamont came back forward.
Okay, Priest Lamont, my lord. Oh, him not get connected yet. Time mic and thing not on. He might get internet problem.
Yeah, well, I gonna say this last thing.
Yeah, go ahead, priest alumni.
I thought I would have had communication problems because thunder roll and lightning a flash and thunder roll through here. So at first when I come in, my screen would go off and then come back into the meeting, go off and come back into the meeting. So I thought everybody was getting the same communication problem.
Yeah, man.
We had little rain and lightning and thunder come through here.
Okay. And get thanks for the power of powers, you know. My lord. Honorable Bobo Ken, blessed.
Blessed art thou, love, honorable priest. My Lord, give thanks for the blessed moment, the blessed life giver who give it our life and our moments in life. Holy Emmanuel, Selassie, Jah, Rastafari. My Lord and Majesty, pray your pardon, forgiveness for being late. I was out doing some work. You know, give thanks.
My Lord, glorify you. Yes. So, Priest Doggy, my Lord, Honorable Priest Rastafarian, you want to close it off, priest? Your mic mute.
This is my lord.
My lord.
This was moving around. Let me get in. Mobile, you know. Yeah, we give thanks. Yeah, a glorious moment, you know. Give thanks for all the celebration them that went on in the different, you know, places. You know, giving reverence, homage, thanksgiving, you know, to our divine majesties, you know. Emperor Haile Selassie the first and glorious wife, mother of creation, Empress Menenaswa. Yeah. We ask the Father to walk with us, you know, to guide us, going and coming. Keep our eyes safe, you know, under his wing. To open our eyes to the truth and to bind our hearts in love as we are one father and mother's children, you know, giving thanks on this glorious day, most high. Holy Emmanuel, I.
Selassie.
Yeah.
Rastafari.
My brother, behold, my sister, behold. What manner of love? What manner of love hath our father and mother bestowed upon us that we could be called their children? Most high.
Selassie.
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Right. Mama Omega.
Selassie.
Yeah.
Rastafari.
Keep everyone in thy bosom. My Lord and Emperor.
My Lord.
My Lord, my Lord, Majesty, blessed love.
Perfect Lord and Empress, blessed love.
Blessed love.
Perfect
Blessed
love.
love.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Blessed love, Empress Cindy.
Thanks, Empress.
Blessed love, my Lord and Empress.
Honorable Empress Leon.
Love, everyone. Give thanks for the coming in, everyone. Shall go on, guide them, you know?
My Lord and Empress, give thanks for the victory.
My Lord.
The victory over bad propaganda, you know?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Victory of the truth, the black truth, you know? My Lord.
Yes, sir.
Blessed love, royal angels of Zion, my Lord and Empress. Give thanks.
My Lord.
Blessed be the tide until we meet, my Lord, by and by. After celebration continues, honor.
My Lord.
Right, Empresses. Blessed love to the congregation.
Blessed love.